June 2023 Board of Education meeting. June 15, 2023 Board of Education meeting. We are now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who's joining us. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. Tonight, the administration will be presenting information to keep you up to date on our strategic plan and the happenings of the district. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Iguiles and Marty Ramirez. Thank you all for taking the time to join us. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. The next item is celebration, so I'll pass it over to Mr. Sutterth.
Madam Chair, Dr. Mabinga, members of the board, it is my pleasure to bring two celebration opportunities for you tonight. And the first of them comes to you from the Career Technical Education Program, our CTE Teacher of the Year.
Thank you, Mr. Suttoth. Good evening, board. Last year, the North Carolina Association of Career Technical Education collaborated with the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching, or NCAT, to establish the NCAT CTE Teacher of the Year Award Program. Each district nominates a qualifying CTE teacher, who then in turn competes at the regional and potentially state level. I am proud to recognize Mr. Seth Stallings, Project Lead the Way educator, for this honor. Mr. Stallings is the DPS 2023 NCAT Teacher of the Year because of his consistent high performance as a PLTW engineering teacher at Riverside High School. Education has been his second career, 12 years now, right? And which allows him the opportunity to provide students with relevant and real world experiences to enhance their understanding of rigorous engineering concepts. His philosophy has been to run his classroom much like he ran his business, in collaboration with his students as part of the team rather than their hierarchical supervisor. Mr. Stallings says, "I became a better teacher from my students' suggestions and opinions so their successors have a better class." This continuous improvement mentality is a vital part of Mr. Stallings' success as a teacher. His passion for his teaching and his students is evidenced by his commitment to his students in and beyond the classroom. His room is often filled with students, even when he's not scheduled to teach, which is a testament to the strong relationships and safe environment he builds with his students. These relationships extend long after the students leave the engineering program. In fact, he was just telling us about some graduates and where they're being employed, and are a testament to the authentic care Mr. Stallings invests in his students. In addition to his daily course load, he coordinates the school's chapter for the National Technical Honor Society, through which he coordinates opportunities for the students to engage in service projects. Mr. Stallings is not only a great teacher, but he is also an ambassador for CTE and the program, and his program. He is humble and kind, and he genuinely loves what he does, and it oozes out of him and is extremely contagious. So at this time, I'd like to present Mr. Stallings with the CTE Teacher of the Year Award and give you a moment to make some comments.
Thank you. Back's a little bit taller than me. I'm not going to say much. I would like to thank Durham Public Schools. I do drive from Granville County. I did return to Granville County for one semester to a charter school, and I bounced back rather quickly when I found out that maybe their words were a little different than what was actually happening. And I'm glad that Durham welcomed me back with open arms. I come to Durham because Durham is Durham. Here where I see Pride Month on your agenda and many businesses are running and hiding and cowering, I applaud you for taking the other side and being Durham. It is a second career. I would like to thank my wife for being employed such that I can afford to teach. And that's an important part that I urge you to look at. I know you can't do much. Our salaries are set. but continue to embrace your teachers. We're hemorrhaging teachers. We lost 2 key teachers out of our small team this year. One last year who went to be employed for more money, or in one case, they had to move to afford housing. And when they moved far from Durham, I knew it was a matter of time before they were going to take a job with that school system. And this is keep that in mind. I don't have a magic wand. I know you don't, but keep being innovative like you always have been, and see what we can do to keep our young teachers teaching, and keep on supporting our students like you do, and just keep being Durham. It's great.
Dr. Mabenga, if you could stay down here for a minute, I think you're going to be part of this. Our second and final celebration of the evening comes to us from the North Carolina PTA. And I would like to invite our representative from the NCPTA to join us for a presentation to Durham Public Schools.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Asia Purnell Mitchell, and I'm an at-large director for the North Carolina PTA Board of Directors. We would like to present Dr. Mabenga. Ooh, I'm sorry, I rushed up here, guys. Running late. And Dr. Dietrich Danner on behalf of the North Carolina PTA State President Francilia Burwell, the Board of Directors, and the staff. We proudly present the Distinguished Service Award to Durham Public Schools. In appreciation and special thanks, North Carolina PTA presents this award to DPS for being a school district that goes above and beyond for all children and is committed to strong school family PTA partnership. This is the highest honor that the state PTA can bestow. With love, North Carolina PTA Board of Directors, awarded on April 1st, 2023. And we would give the award to you. Thank you guys for all your support.
And what a way to end the school year with an award to an outstanding teacher who provided some powerful testimony about what Durham stands for, and recognition from the North Carolina PTA. And with that concludes our celebrations.
Thank you, Mr. Suttereth. And I think most of us know that's maybe your last celebrations with Durham Public Schools. We will certainly miss you, but I hope you enjoy your retirement and what's next. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. I'll pass it to Dr. Mabenga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll say this. Yesterday, we had a great opportunity to celebrate Mr. Suttereth. It was well attended, and we had a good laugh, and just wanted to say thank you for your contribution. And the same way, we're going to be able to celebrate Dr. Hardy next week. Just wanted to say thank you and good luck to your next endeavor. Thank you, both of you. All right, I only have a few remarks here. As we all remember, celebrated the past 2 weeks, our graduates. Really proud of our class of 2023. They were all able to earn about roughly about $70 million in scholarship. That's really huge. But also kudos to Hillside High School because they were able, just one school, to be able to earn about $22 million. I think I made this comment before regarding our county manager. And I'm gonna make this comment as well to our county commissioners. Last week, they were able to, I think probably it was on Monday, they were able to vote on fully funding our request. And we are extremely grateful that whatever $10.8 million that we requested, and that will be coming our way. So kudos to our county manager as well, our county commissioners. We have some good news that I would like to share as we celebrate the students, teachers, administrators, and staff. We bring this district to life, and here are a few examples of what we are able to accomplish this year. Middle college graduate Eunice Gibson, who came to us as a homeschool student, became president of the National Honor Society and has enlisted in the Air Force to travel the world and make it a better place. So that's just a good story as we see homeschooling is growing. But this was really great experience for Eunice to come to us and be on top and be able to get a good education in the public school. Now she's heading to Air Force. I just wanted to celebrate her as well. The team of a student from Hillside High School, Neal Middle School, a J.D. Clement Early College that has earned national acclaim for its futuristic school design. So that's a major accomplishment for our three schools. I really wanted to highlight that as well. And again, our own DPS Principal of the Year, Dr. Logan, served this year as the Wells Fargo Regional North Carolina Principal of the Year. So these are really the highlights of this year. So drama teacher Olivia Belito, who was nominated for and received an honorable mention in Tony Awards Excellence in the Theater Education Honor. And we also have Tim Villagol, Riverside High School Engineer Program Director, who was named the News and Observer Education Superhero. Lorraine Castade, recognized by Turing Yearbook as a transformational instructor. And again, Burton, as well as our in Harris Elementary School, named for capturing kids' hearts. And then last, not least, Lakewood Middle, as well as Middle College at Durham Tech, were two of the only 24 schools in the nation deemed top school of excellence and receiving highest honor from the Magnet School of America. So as we're looking forward for 23-24, we will implement our next 5 year of our strategic plan. That I'm really excited that our board was able to approve that, and we'll be making hard copies to be able to share with our school leaders as well as central office leaders in the next 2 weeks, and then we'll make it public to the whole community. Really excited about that. And that will be the first year as we'll be getting ready for growing together. So we're excited about that. And I would like for our board to be able to check on your calendar and be able to save this date. We have a convocation that will be coming up on Wednesday, August 23rd. I think we had one probably 3 or 4 years ago, well attended. And we're looking forward to have the same energy, excitement for the beginning of the year. So we're looking over 5,000 people being in one place. So just wanted you to mark your calendar for that. And again, for our year-round school, which is going to start in July 17, August 3rd for our specialty high schools, and August 28th for traditional calendar schools. Finally, again, I'll say this for Dr. Hardy. Farewell to Dr. Hardy. This is her last board meeting before taking the helm in Lexington as superintendent. Let us wish Dr. Hardy a fond farewell. We are especially grateful for your many contributions over 5 years to Durham Public School, and I thank you for your passionate and excellent work on behalf of our students, teacher, and staff as well. Let me add this. you and I have gone through a lot for the past 5 years. It was not an easy ride. There were times that I have to dodge for some of those bullets. You took it for me. So we did this work together, and for all the credit as well, all the shortfall, we were able to share those together. Thank you for your contribution. Chief Sadef, this is also your last board meeting as you'll be transitioning for your retirement. And I remember talking to your wife yesterday. She pretty much said it's just for a short time. So I hope you're gonna enjoy that short time, whatever that's going to be. And you have been the voice of DPS, and you will be tremendously be missed. So, Madam Chair, that's pretty much conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Mabenga, for those remarks, and so much to celebrate as we end this year. Just want to say again, thank you to Chip Suttereth and Dr. Hardy for all that you all have contributed to our district. You will certainly be missed, but I look forward to also seeing what you do next and how you thrive in your next arenas. And I also have to echo your thanks and appreciation to our county commissioners, to the county manager for recommending our full request, as well as our county commissioners voting on that. With that money, we will be able to raise salaries for our classified, and I'm going to go ahead and call them educators, our classified educators. We got some hand claps in the room. We can do that. The folks that make sure our buildings and our children get to where they need to go, that our buildings run every day, that take care of them before and after school, folks that are essential to the work that we do as a district. So I'm really thankful and appreciative of that. And I hope that we all board members share our thank yous to our county commissioners as well. All right. With that, our next item on the agenda is the agenda review and approval.
Move approval of the agenda as presented.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Byer and it has been seconded by Ms. Javanya Lewis, who is joining us virtually. Ms. Lewis, I'm going to go to you. Excuse me. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Lewis, I'll go to you first for the vote. And if you have any other comments, just want to make sure we acknowledge you. Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Can you state your name?
This is Javanya Lewis. I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So passes 6-0. Also want to read a brief message from Ms. Chavez. You might notice that she is not here tonight. And she says, greetings to Durham and DPS community. I'm not with you this evening, but will be watching from home like many of you. I gave birth to a healthy baby boy on June 1st. This is in Ms. Chavez's voice, just so y'all know, okay? Ms. Chavez gave birth to a healthy baby boy on June 1st. Several days later than expected, her family is doing well. This month, she is taking some downtime to be with her child and heal from giving birth. She has been in touch with myself and is keeping abreast of DPS activities, and she will be back in July. She would also like to thank her board colleagues, Dr. Mabenga and the cabinet for the support during this time. She would also like to give a huge congratulations to all of our DPS graduates from the class of 2023. And a tremendous thank you to all of our hardworking and devoted teachers and staff who serve students this year. She looks forward to seeing everyone soon. That's from our Vice Chair, Ms. Chavez. We look forward to having her back in July. I hope you are resting well. I don't know which camera is looking at us. I hope you're resting well while you're watching us this evening. All right. So we've got our agenda review and approval taken care of. The next item on our agenda is the monthly meeting minutes from May 18th, 2023.
Move approval of the minutes from May 18th, 2023.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? We will do our voice vote. Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
can you state your name, please, for all our virtual votes?
This is Javanya Lewis. I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
and Mrs. Carter Alton.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. That passes 6-0. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. Before we get started, I'll do a quick review of the rules. First, please state your name, and if you are speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of that organization. Second, our speakers are asked to present their comments within 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 1 minute left to begin winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, and that indicates that your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of the students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with our speakers. So our first speaker will be Elizabeth Sims. You can join us up at this podium.
Hello, I'm Miss Elizabeth Sims, and I am from the School of Creative Studies. I teach health and PE, and this is the end of my 18th year. I'm coming to speak about, and well, first of all, celebrate our kids that we just had that just graduated. Our school graduated 100% of our senior class. It wasn't a big class, but we got them all through. And I'm so happy that I get to see them become full human beings. I am hopeful that whatever that you vote for, we keep some high school component, because to watch our babies go from actual babies who can't help but trip over their own feet, to watch them graduate and cross across that stage is my reward every single year. I and my other colleagues, we do our best with what we have. And I love that our kids, even though they may complain, because you're so small, they sometimes maybe wish they could get lost in the crowd, but because our size is the size it is, none of them get lost. We are on them from our classified to our highest teacher certified. Everybody, especially even our cafeteria ladies, I love them. They teach them every day something. And as long as some kid gets something from all of us at that level and show them how to be proper, functional adults, I think the school with the size that it is does that very well. And I hope, and that's what I'm hoping for, but I will be there no matter what. Next year and the year after that, I'm going to go all the way through as far as I'm concerned, because I love Durham Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Todd, followed by Eli Seed.
Good evening. My name is Chris Todd, and my wife and I are the proud parents of 2 DPS elementary school students. Growing Together is on the agenda for later tonight, and during your discussion, I would request that detailed information be shared regarding the weighted lottery, which will apply to K through 12 schools. What exactly does weighted mean? How will this work? Portions of seats that this will apply to? How and when school student percentages will be measured? Will this include projections for the following year as base areas are changing and will impact the numbers and the lottery? Detailed explanation of the lottery seat access recommendation slide with the numbers. We appreciate the additional information that was included yesterday afternoon regarding today's agenda and the slides on the weighted lottery. I would ask that the detailed information that I just mentioned be shared with the entire DPS community and give families the opportunity to provide feedback on the weighted lottery structure. With that in mind, I would ask that the board not vote on this portion of Growing Together until this is completed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, Mr. Seed.
Good evening. I'm Eli Seed. I'm a high school English teacher at the School for Creative Studies. I just finished my 8th year at SCS and my 27th year overall, all with Durham Public Schools. And I'm here to talk about the Growing Together plan and how that affects the School for Creative Studies and its high school in particular. But I want to talk first from the perspective of a parent. I was an SCS parent before I was an SCS teacher. when our oldest child, Isabel, finished elementary school at Club Boulevard, we had some concerns for her specifically going into middle school that resulted in choosing to homeschool her for 6th grade without any clear plan of what we were going to do next. We even considered a charter school perhaps for a little bit. They were dark times. And then the School for Creative Studies opened, and Isabel was started there the very first year as a 7th grader. And in 7th and 8th grade, she was exposed to film, which she then got to study in more depth as she went into the high school years. And I'm proud to say last month, she graduated from UNC Wilmington with a degree in film. And that's a passion of hers that was fostered at SCS. And I'm not sure that it could have happened any other way than for her to get that initial exposure at the middle school level and then have that opportunity to do that more deeply at the high school level. I mentioned that I just finished my 27th year. Before my 8 at SCS, I'd been at Jordan High School for 15 years. And I don't know about everybody else, but I don't think I'm alone. In 15 years, you get very comfortable where you are. And there's not a whole lot that it takes something pretty extraordinary for you to move from that. When I saw what Isabel was experiencing at School for Creative Studies, I wanted to be a part of growing that. And I still am very proud and very passionate about continuing to grow that. And that's something that we want to grow together is our program. I know that, around the time my youngest child, Ward, is now a 7th grader at SCS. And because it's a 6 through 12 school, he gets to ride to school with me each day. Our middle child, I skipped the middle child. I know that happens. Also attended SCS Flora. And Ward's class, is that the total stop? I could be retiring at the end of next year with sick leave. So this isn't a decision that's going to affect me on a personal level, but it's something that will affect Durham. And I believe Durham needs a year-round high school option for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment. This meeting time was changed, so we can open up a little bit later just in case we have any folks that come in around 6:30 who would want to give public comment. We have a list of consent items on our agenda, A through I. Our consent agenda are items that have been vetted with school board members. We have thoroughly reviewed the documents before the meeting. Board members?
Or we make a motion. I just have a comment. So I'm going to go through approve the motion, but the comment is that there have been some conversations about school nutrition, and I just want to let the community know that this item pertains to the contracts, but that there are ongoing conversations and with the community, and they will be following up with Dr. Mubenga and Mr. Lesueur as well. But it's more around school nutrition, and I just wanted to pinpoint the distinction of what's in the consent item that we're not discussing, but that there are other conversations that we will be discussing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Move approval of the consent agenda, items A through I.
Second. Been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any other discussion? All right, we'll do our voice vote. We'll start with Ms. Lewis.
This is Javanya Lewis. I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes 6-0. Thank you for our consent agenda items. The next we have Board of Education items. There are 2 resolutions listed here. First is our Pride Month resolution. Ms. Byer, would you like to kick us off on that? I know you worked on this as well as Ms. Valladares.
Yes. Yeah, and yourself. Exactly. Thank you. This is
just an update of last year's Pride Month resolution that actually was mostly crafted by the community, and the Rainbow Collective folks helped us with that. I think it's important for us, as we've passed new policy, to also recognize the hostile environment at the state and national level for a lot of our students and staff. And so it's critical, I think, for us to make clear that love is love in Durham, and that we will fight and stand up for the rights of all people. And I thought, unless others will have something to share, we could read it. Yeah.
I wanted to do justice. In previous comments, I've lifted up folks. And I actually went to the graduation from Duke MAT, and I saw Dominique Baudry. I believe that's how you pronounce it. And I just wanted to name that there have been folks, and I've mentioned Jack Turnwald, and I've mentioned Matt Hickson, and other folks who have been lifting this work for years, right? And so, but it is my opportunity right now to lift up Dominique, who has been doing work for years as well. And there are many others, but it was very important for me. And I did get to talk to Dominique at the Duke MAT. She's doing amazing work. So just want to lift her up.
Thank you. No, we have so many educators who are doing really, really amazing things and supporting our students and creating, I think, community spaces where they feel affirmed, where they feel valued, where they feel like they can be their full selves. And I love, we do it like we do in Durham here, like our teacher, CTE Teacher of the Year said. All right, so we'll start with Miss Lewis, and then we'll go around in the same order, similar to how we voted.
And the Durham Public Schools Board of Education proclamation recognizing June as LGBTQI Pride Month in Durham Public Schools. Whereas Durham Public Schools Board of Education's governing principles state an excellent school system provides an environment that is culturally responsive, free from bias and discrimination, and commits to ensuring that all stakeholders uphold educational equity as an essential principle of our school system that is integrated into all policies, practices, operations, and processes in order to yield equitable educational outcomes for all students. And
whereas Durham Public Schools District and Durham County have a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and or questioning LGBTQ+ community. And
whereas many residents, students, family members, and school personnel are part of the LGBTQ community, and they contribute greatly to the enrichment of our schools and community. And
whereas although advancements have been made with respect to equitable treatment of LGBTQ+ persons, LGBTQ+ adults, youth, children, and families still face discrimination simply for being who they are, thus making it important for all district and all communities to stand up and show support for our LGBTQ+ students, staff, and families. And
whereas on December 8th, 2022, the Durham Public Schools Board of Education unanimously passed the LGBTQIA+, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual plus, and gender supports policy. And that policy states that schools must be proactive in creating a school culture that respects and values all students and fosters understanding of gender identity and expression within the school community. And
whereas many cities and school districts across the United States recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. And
whereas LGBTQ+ Pride Month is typically recognized in June by many cities and school districts across the United States to commemorate the Stonewall riots, a series of demonstrations led by Black and Brown members of the LGBTQ+ community in response to a police raid that began in the early morning hours of June 28th, 1969 at the Stonewall Inn in the Greenwich Village neighborhood of Lower Manhattan in New York City. And
whereas defining moments in LGBTQ+ history that sparked activism and progress toward equity were only made possible by Black and Brown LGBTQ+ activists fighting for their liberation. As Black and Brown people, their marginalization was furthered by their sexual orientation, causing violence, discrimination, and oppression toward them with respect to income, employment, housing, education, political representation, access to health care and other services, and
Whereas June has become a symbolic month in America in which LGBTQ plus persons and allies come together in various celebrations of pride and protests to support the community's right to live their lives out loud, be who they are, and love who they love. And
Whereas on June 6th, 2023, the Human Rights Campaign declared a state of emergency for LGBTQ plus people in the United States following a spike in anti-LGBTQ plus legislation. This escalation includes more than 75 anti-LGBTQ plus bills that have been signed into law this year alone. This legislation attempts to limit representation of gender diverse and LGBTQ plus people in curriculum in schools, access to medical care, and participation in sports. And
Whereas the Trevor Project found that 85% of transgender and non-binary youth say that recent debates around anti-trans bills have negatively impacted their mental health. And
Whereas Durham Public Schools, Durham Public Schools Foundation, and Duke University have launched the Whole Wellness, Healing, Opportunity, Learning, Equity Schools campaign to focus on urgent mental health needs of public school communities by creating new ways for the school system, the school environment to be a holistic, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive support system for everyone.
Now, therefore, the Durham Public Schools Board of Education does hereby declare the month of June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in our schools and invites all schools to implement developmentally appropriate, inclusive, and representative lessons and special activities with all students of LGBTQ plus families, gender diversity, and LGBTQ plus history. And
furthermore, Durham Public Schools Board of Education commits to working with LGBTQ plus students, families, and community members to build safe and equitable schools where all students and families are valued for who they are and where diversity, race, orientation, gender, culture, and ability is celebrated. And
be it further resolved that the DPS Board of Education encourages administrators to support educators across grade levels and content areas to acknowledge, and this should be June Pride Month, and LGBTQ Pride Month.
And be it further resolved that the DPS Board of Education calls on all students, educators, and community members to observe LGBTQ plus Pride Month and advance efforts to support and advocate for LGBTQ plus youth, families, educators, and community members. Signed this 15th day of June, 2023. Thank you for that edit. Ms.
Yeah.
Valladares.
We had the same.
Thank you.
Right, thank you all for that. For reading of the proclamation of the resolution. Any other discussion or?
Gratitude again to the Rainbow Collective. I believe it was January 2022. Monthly, so much engagement and definitely advocacy and folks who came and shared their stories. I just want to just name that families are very important. They are the most important in this district, and we will not make the mistake of erasing any family. And so as we pass resolutions and as we do policies and as we do the work, if there's any area where we have not done right by a family, let us know. All our families are valuable, precious. All our families, as diverse as they are a gift to us. And so we are very happy to support this and just gratitude to everyone.
Ms. Valladares? Happy to accept a motion. I also want to note June is Pride Month, but in Durham, Pride is celebrated in September. So we'll see more celebrations in our Durham community in September.
Move approval of the resolution.
second,
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Carter Alton. Any other discussion? We'll do a voice vote. Ms. Lewis,
this is Javania Lewis. I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton,
aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes 6-0. The next item on our agenda is a resolution. Let me get my paper to prioritize public schools in a 2023-2025 biennium budget. As all of you all know, and probably familiar with, it's budget season for our General Assembly. The governor has his own budget that prioritizes what I believe prioritizes public school education. The House and the Senate have come out with their budgets that in my personal opinion, do not prioritize public education in the way that we need. And so there's been a lot of advocacy around the state from school boards. There have been school boards who've already passed this resolution or a similar one, and we would love to join them to let our General Assembly know where we stand. I think it's really important for us to consider continued investments in public schools. That's continued investment in our community and the citizens that are within our schools. And so being able to prioritize that feels really important for our work and for the future of North Carolina. I'm happy for us to go ahead and read, and then we can have any discussion afterwards. We'll start again with you, Ms. Lewis.
Resolution to prioritize public schools in 2023-25 biennial budget. Whereas the state of North Carolina is consistently ranked high nationally for its health business climate and was recently ranked the #1 state for business, and
Whereas to maintain North Carolina's economic competitiveness, our state needs a well-educated workforce that can fill the jobs available today and the ones created tomorrow. And
Whereas a strong K-12 public education system is the key to North Carolina's continued success and to ensuring our students are fully prepared to participate in that workforce and are well-informed, contributing members of their communities. And
Whereas North Carolina's Constitution requires that the state ensures that all children have the opportunity to receive a sound basic education. And
Whereas public education is the most important investment the state makes, and
Whereas the General Assembly is currently finalizing a state budget for the 2023-2025 biennium, and
whereas study after study confirms that the most important factor of student success in the classroom is the classroom teacher, and
whereas North Carolina is currently facing a teacher shortage crisis with more than 5,000 teacher vacancies, leaving tens of thousands of students without a qualified teacher and putting those students' success at risk. And
whereas neighboring states have passed us in teacher pay, leaving North Carolina ranked 32nd nationally in an average teacher pay and 46th nationally and 11th in the Southeast in beginning teacher pay, which is causing teachers to leave for other states and other jobs. And
whereas the Senate's budget proposal includes a 4.5% salary increase for teachers over the biennium, including only $250 over 2 years for veteran teachers. And the House budget proposal includes a 10% salary increase for teachers over the biennium. And
whereas our public schools need significant increases in funding to provide competitive pay to successfully recruit and retain qualified teachers, and
whereas investments in early childhood education and childcare helps to set young children on the path to success in school, allows parents to go to work, and helps businesses find and keep employees. And
whereas a recent North Carolina Chamber Foundation survey found that 80% of North Carolina voters say the lack of childcare is a problem that will not solve itself, and that improving quality and making childcare more affordable is a good use of taxpayer money. And that 87% of voters say taking action to ensure more working families have access to affordable quality childcare should be an important priority for North Carolina this year. And
whereas the Senate budget proposal includes no state funding for childcare stabilization grants or the expansion of Smart Start or North Carolina Pre-K, and the House budget proposal includes only minimal funding to increase the childcare subsidy rate for expansion of Smart Start. And
whereas North Carolina parents already have great choices when it comes to their child's K-12 education, whether that's public schools, public charter schools, or private schools. And
Whereas parents have shown their appreciation for our public schools by voting with their feet. Nearly 8 in 10 of North Carolina's school-age children attend public schools. And
Whereas the state's private school voucher program, the Opportunity Scholarship Program, currently provides taxpayer funding to students from low to moderate income families to attend a K through 12 private school. And
whereas bills in the House and Senate and the Senate's budget proposal are seeking to radically expand the private school voucher program, but opening eligibility for the program to all students regardless of family income, or if the student currently attends a private school. And
Whereas expanding the private school voucher program in the extreme way will result in steep cuts to our public schools, harming the educational opportunities students, especially in rural and lower wealth counties. And
Whereas in 2026 to 27 alone, if the private school voucher program is expanded, our state's public schools could lose more than $200 million in state funding. DPS could lose $4,650 per student in county funding and could lose $6 million or 3% in state funding, with hundreds of millions lost in the coming years. And
Whereas research on private school voucher programs in other states demonstrate that students who moved to private schools fell academically behind their peers who stayed in public school. And
whereas North Carolina has zero evidence of student outcomes for those enrolled in the Opportunity Scholarship Program, the only program of its kind in the nation that doesn't require rigorous evaluation of student performance.
now therefore be it resolved that the Durham County Board of Education, County Commission, no, that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education requests that the North Carolina General Assembly prioritize our public schools by
making significant investments in teacher salary increases of at least 18% over the next 2 years to make North Carolina first in the Southeast in average teacher pay. And
making significant investments in early childhood education and childcare through more funding for childcare childcare stabilization grants, childcare subsidies in North Carolina pre-K and Smart Start. And
stopping the unlimited expansion of the state's private school voucher program that drains money from the public education and increasing accountability for private schools participating in the program.
adopted by the Board of Education this 15th day of June, 2023.
thank you all for reading that resolution. It is lengthy, but it's important to really talk about what is in the proposed budgets. We know that they are in conference right now, and so there's some things up for discussion and negotiation. We want to make sure that we can send this out to our folks to let them know where we stand. Any other discussion or motion?
I would move approval of the resolution and thank you for bringing it.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any other discussion? I'll work with our board clerk just to clean up some of the places where it had county commissioners and Chamber of Commerce. I'll work on that. We'll do a voice vote. Ms. Lewis,
this is Javanya Lewis. I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otton.
aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously, 6-0.
Ms. Umstead, do you think that you might take it to the commissioners and to the chamber as well and see, I'm sure that they would be interested in signing on. I think it was great to see the State Board of Education come out with a strong statement, a bipartisan statement. This is not a partisan issue. This is a constitutional issue. Thank you.
I'm happy to share with both of those bodies, and there are other folks that you all feel like it's important to share with, other groups that want to send letters on behalf. I think it's important to share that as well. The next item on our agenda, we're going to go to the Chief of Staff, Purchasing and Construction Thresholds. I think Ms. Giovanni is joining us virtually.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Mbenga, members of the board and the community. On the agenda today, pursuant to board policy, we are presenting for the board's review a determination regarding the current purchasing thresholds requiring board review. I would like to take a few moments just to give a little background on this. Given the amount of purchasing that Durham Public Schools it has been involved in both the academic and the operational realms, there were several cabinet members and members of staff that reached out to me regarding board, seeing if we could adjust the board policy threshold limits so that work could move a little quicker to make sure we weren't missing out on opportunities and potentially paying additional sums because of what could be perceived delays and awaiting board approval for certain contracts. As a result of that, we then did a survey of what several other districts around North Carolina were doing, shared those with the board, and the board initially did approve a request that I had brought forward to set the limits at $300,000 for general contracts and $500,000 for operations and building services. The board voted on that. There was a lot of discussion. The board then did approve it. Subsequently, in conversations with Mr. Lesueur and Dr. Monk at that point, I did have some concerns that moving from 90,000 to 300,000 was too substantial of a leap, given the number of contracts that we were working, and then brought back to the board a request that you then reduce the amount of that staff had to obtain approval on from the 300,000 to the 200,000, just to make sure that we weren't really overreaching and to make sure that we had the appropriate guardrails in place for Durham Public Schools for our fiscal responsibility and just making sure we were protecting the assets of Durham Public Schools. Also, when we brought the policy forward, it was requested and added that the board would review this policy every June. So this is something that we would be doing every June, bringing it to the board and for the board to consider if it wanted to adjust those threshold amounts in any way. And obviously the board has that option for any policy, right? I just want to make that clear, but we expressly placed it into these several policies that had increased that threshold amount. In addition, there is a mandated review of this policy anytime that the CFO or the superintendent change. So that wasn't triggered in this case, but it was triggered by the June anniversary of this policy. Mr. Lesueur did provide, and it is included in your packet, the various amounts for the contracts that were between 90,000 and 200,000 that did not go to the board, and I believe is prepared to answer any questions that the board may have regarding those various amounts. So this is before the board, just pursuant to policy for your review and determination on whether you want to allow the amount to remain the same. I wouldn't recommend increasing it, but that obviously is the board's pleasure, or if the board chooses to decrease it, or what we're just, administration's here just to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanni, for giving us that context. So we did want to bring this back because it is June. Is there anything you want to add, Mr. Lesueur, before we open for discussion?
As of this time, many of these have contracts that were approved by the board. Many of these large ones are, of course, construction and ESSER funded contracts that went before you, before the actual contracts or purchase orders were let. But there are some that have exceeded the $90,000 level that used to be, and we told you that we would report those to you. So this is a listing showing you anything from above 80,000 to the millions that we have in construction that are before you, so that you can ask any questions you may. We may not have every answer for you tonight, but we'd be more than happy to follow up with you on any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Lesueur. I'll open up to the board for discussion. I do want to remind us that we, want to have this discussion around, is this policy with the certain thresholds, what we want to continue with, or do we want to change any of those thresholds? Because that's the kind of want to review that policy at this time. So I don't think we need to get too nitty gritty on every single item. Is a list though that is available, and I appreciate y'all for putting this list together. But thinking about the policy piece of this, where do we want to be for the upcoming 2023-2024 year?
I just have a comment that I'm grateful for the packet as it is and the details that you provide. There are conversations in the community, that whether it's wise and how does it compare to other districts in terms of the thresholds that we set. There was definitely like the perception that we need to make sure that even in this period of growth that we continue to be fiscally responsible and continue to, have oversight. But I'm really grateful for the details that you provided in the report. I guess to the question of how do we compare, I think we touched upon it a little bit, but can you just tell us a little bit more about how do we compare with other districts, since that was one of the questions? And I think we touched upon this before. I just wondered if there's any comments around other districts also like increasing their threshold when they have there's peak inflation. And for us, we're growing pretty quickly. So in terms of capital improvement projects and also construction and everything else.
So I'll jump in. So we did provide some detailed information that I don't have that handy. I apologize. But I think we are towards the higher end, to be completely transparent. I think we shared that the last time, but Durham is building and doing a significant amount of work. I don't want to try to recall, it's been close to a year. I'm happy to share that with the board, but there are some that are at 250, I believe, if my memory serves me right. There's some obviously that are, remain at the 90 as well. So, and then there are some that have, I believe there's one, and again, I'm breaking my first rule of trying to recall, but I believe there is one or two that the superintendent does have, the authority. I don't think there's a limit on the superintendent's authority, but those are when we check out on it and brought it with the initial 300, we were, kind of at the higher end. And as we thought about it, that's why we came back and asked the board to reduce that amount. Since we had been at 90 since for many years, and we're jumping from 90 to 300, we felt like that was too much. So the short answer to your question is that Durham at this point is at the higher end, and with regard to the amounts that do not require approval from the board. I think that's the fairest way to state it. Is that answering your question, Ms. Firedars?
Yeah, it does. It just goes, sorry, I turned my own mic off. It just goes hand in hand that as every year, this comes before us again to consider. And so that, that we continue to keep that in check in terms of like, we're making a Durham decision that is not necessarily a trend everywhere else, but this is a Durham decision and we have the reasons why at this moment we're doing that. It's just every year as we do this, whether checking the pulse just around our state.
Be reminded that one of the other factors that we took into consideration is because of the supply chain problems that we have, we needed to get orders out quicker, especially for the HVAC system, so on and so forth, and making sure that any large purchase orders such as computers, so on and so forth, that we were able to move forward as quickly as possible if we needed to get some more in. But it's really, that was the other factor that was played into all of this.
Mr. Malone?
And sorry, I didn't see this earlier, but I'm just trying to make sure I'm following the spreadsheet that you provided. Some of these amounts are in excess of $500,000. Did those come to the board? I'm just not sure I follow what the spreadsheet is supposed to be providing.
So yes, most of these that are over the 500,000 have come to the board in one way, shape, or form. They're either a lot of them are construction, or they could have been for textbook purchases, so on and so forth, that the board has approved in the past. All the ESSER ones, though you can't tell which ones they are, the ESSER ones had to come to the board because we have to follow the policies and procedures for ensuring appropriate procurement of those funds. And, you know, we had a lot of ESSER funds that we ran with this year to get outdoor learning, so on and so forth, in place. So.
Again, just from the board's perspective, I think it would be more useful so the way I read the policy is that quarterly you were going to update the board on the matters that the superintendent approved. So I think that a better way to provide this information going forward would be to give the board just those that the superintendent's approved. Because I just think it's very difficult, at least for me, to make sense of whether you're saying that the superintendent approved these or the board approved them. Again, I just think it'd be cleaner for the board's review of it if you were just providing the board with those in which the superintendent approved, so that they can better distinguish what you are telling.
As we move forward, yes, we will. We wanted to give the board the full picture of those purchase orders and expenditures that we had that were exceeding the $90,000 threshold as a whole, so that they could come back and ask questions of us, so that we can provide them more detailed answers on that. But yes, as we move forward, we'll be bringing more to the board on a quarterly basis to give them the information that they need to make decisions. And a lot of these things, they have change orders that go along with contracts, so on and so forth, for construction that come to the board as updates. They might not be, they come as information updates for the purpose of consent that would be added to these as well. So, but yes, we hear you. And I've talked to a couple board members already in regards to the process moving forward, to ensure that they have a better understanding on a quarterly basis of those that we've approved.
I mean, from my perspective, for the board to make a decision about whether or not to keep the limits where they are, to raise the limits, I would recommend that you create a new report now, I mean, before they decide, so that they can just be clear that they know what the superintendent has approved. Because again, I don't know what to do with this.
I just want to clarify that the administration is not making a recommendation that the amounts be increased. So, I mean, obviously it's the board's pleasure if that's what they want to do, but I do want to just reiterate that kind of what me and Mr. Lesueur's perspective was, if the board was not comfortable with 200,000 and thought they should reduce it, we wanted to make sure that they did have the information that they had requested. So I just want to clarify that, but I do hear what you're saying. Mr. Malone, I think this is our first time doing this since the board did adopt this. So we'll obviously work out, and make sure we're providing the board with everything that they do need. Thank you.
We're not in a rush. I mean, this could be like, we're reading this, we're looking at this. I mean, we can vote on it 1 month from now. It doesn't really make a difference. Or are we going to be out of, I mean, this is a yearly thing. So I definitely do think like, in terms of the amount and where we are, 200,000, we were at a higher end last year. Maybe we're not at the higher end this year. It would make me feel so much better to tell the community, because this is not a question of our administration. The reports are very lengthy, and the problem is it's not even a problem to me, the level of details that you provide, but it is something in terms of the community looking at this and saying you're making these decisions to change a threshold. It would help me for us to look at this and have maybe the information that can be community facing, that just shows those contracts that this would impact. Or impacted, and then vote on it at the next meeting. That's my position. I also do know my colleagues may feel differently, and I'm open to hearing if we can just bring this. This is for action today, but if we can have it for action at the next board meeting.
I just want to clarify too, this is for us to review our own policy, right? So we can take action today if we decide that we want to make a change, but we could also not take action today if we decide we feel good about our policy. I do think there are implications today if we make a decision because of the contracts that may happen during the summer, right? Of construction, of cleaning, of some of those big things that happen pretty quickly. And our next like business meeting isn't till early August. So I think we need to be aware of those implications. But really today is about looking at our current policy saying, are we okay with this? Do we want to change those thresholds? Understanding that it might be a little challenging for folks, or we could also maybe write in here, it starts August 1st, so we can make sure we get through the summer. Although Mr. Malone is coming to the mic really quickly, but I think it's important for us to review this because we made such a big difference, a big change last year.
Yeah, I just want to, again, be clear. I don't think the policy requires you to do anything. And I don't think the superintendent's bringing this to you. It sounds like asking you to do anything. He's just bringing it to you because the policy says that you're supposed to review it every year. My only point is that I think that to review it, it would be more helpful to have information that is simply showing you what the superintendent has approved in a manner that makes it, then you can better gauge what the superintendent has done and decide how that works. Now, I also think I do like the idea that there would be another chart showing what's come to the board so that you can balance kind of what's come to you, what the superintendent's done, and then be in a better position to understand how much moving it one way or the other is helpful, if that's what this is supposed to show. But it's, again, you don't have to do anything. So and given that the superintendent's not asking you to do anything, I think it's certainly appropriate to do nothing tonight. But I do think that on your behalf, it would be nice to get something that better describes what the superintendent's done over the last year, and then it sounds like going forward, they're going to do it quarterly.
I appreciate that feedback, Mr. Malone. I think adding another column to this chart or something that says superintendent approved / just board approved would help make that clear for us. So I think that's good feedback. Dr. Mabinga, did you want to say something before we continue discussion?
No, I pretty much agree with Attorney Malone, just to be able to protect everyone, right? So August is just around the corner. We got a couple more months here. Before we go to the board meeting in August, I will even ask Mr. Lesueur to be able to compile that data and be able to send it to all board members so that you'll be a little bit comfortable as we're moving forward for the next 2 months. I think Attorney Malone, I'm just trying to be careful here to make sure that everybody's protected. Putting something in place that we're not going to jeopardize anyone. But I'm going to ask Mr. Lesueur probably in the next 2 or 3 weeks, make sure that whoever reports into the board, and I'll be happy on that to know what I was able to approve based on the new policy. And then in August, when we bring it to you, then you will be able to see whether or not you need to make any adjustment.
Thank you, Dr. Mabinga. That sounds good.
Ms. Rogers, you had your hand up.
Thanks, everybody. Mr. Lesueur, I want to add to that request. Is there any way, are there any categories for each of the vendors? Because when I look at some of this stuff, I'm looking at, we're reaching a threshold and we're searching for another vendor, so we don't pass that threshold. And I think the nature of our intention in increasing the contract was not so that we can continue, or the amount was not so that we could continue to move to the next vendor, to the next vendor, to the next vendor. We do want to get the work done, but we want to stay within a particular threshold. Still, we don't want to go over top. So if we can categorize them in a particular way. Also, some of the ones that are on the higher end, can we get some assurances that some RFQs are being done so that we're getting a variety of vendors bidding for projects and we're locking in on contracts?
I think if we also separate by board approved versus superintendent approved, you'll get board approved. We know they come to us. There's been RFQ.
Yeah.
And all those things done.
That would be helpful.
Madam Chair, I just want to it is on for information. It's not even on for action because it's up for review. And so what we would do, and I think we've done that here, is we get further directive from the board as to what it is that you would like, and then we can bring it back. We can get further direction from you and Dr. Mabanga, and bring it back in August with this additional information. And we could place it on for action depending on what the board does, how you advise us.
Thank you. Ms. Byer.
So I want to thank you all for being responsive to what we asked for. I remember hesitation when we set those high dollar amounts, and I still kind of have hesitation that we probably set them a little too high. And so I'd be interested in kind of throttling back a little bit of that without throttling back your ability to move quickly on supply issues. That's my initial kind of pass at this massive spreadsheet that Mr. Malone once sorted out in different ways during the close of the fiscal year, as if in payroll, and acting like that's the only thing going on in finance. But okay, Mr. Malone, I do think, additional information is always, always helpful. I'm just trying to give you my initial take on it is maybe throttle back to 150 on the one, and maybe a little 400-ish on the other, if y'all can still get done what you need to get done without stretching. I'm concerned about a lot of things that it looks like we're outsourcing rather than hiring employees. Landscaping looks like it's in there a bunch. I mean, a lot of cleaning and things. I think it's always better for us to employ folks and have them part of the DPS family whenever possible. So those are the ones that I was looking at the most. There's a reason we brought our custodians back in-house. There's a reason we give them state benefits. We don't contract our nutrition folks out to Chartwells or anything silly like that. So those are the ones that I'm keeping an eye on, and the public is watching, and the public is wondering if we're bundling things together to try to game the threshold. So we never want to do that. And transparency is so, so important and for this board moving forward. So that's my initial thought without picking apart a list of contractors. Thank you.
I don't have a lot to add, but I would appreciate a little bit more information as was requested. So I'll reiterate that. I like the idea from Mr. Malone, and then the additional suggestion from Board Member Rogers also to kind of categorize it to help us understand a little bit better what we're looking at so that we can make the best decision possible.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. I appreciate like the ways that, my thing is, as we're sitting here, we're responsible to the people who couldn't make it to this meeting, right? And I can look across the room and it's important to make sure our information in the packet is information that our community can see, and it's clear to them, it's clear to us. But I also just want to reiterate the appreciation for our staff, for our admins, for the department that is handling all this. And just thank you so much for bringing it at the August board meeting.
Thank you. I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Lewis.
Just really briefly, I understand that this is on the prices for discussion. I appreciate the discussion. I definitely appreciate the transparency that you've given. I agree with Mr. Attorney Malone's recommendation in the way we go forward with the way this document looks. I'm scrolling through and not sure where to cut, like how many has been approved without us or how many by the superintendent. So that would be super helpful as well. I don't want to hinder progress. We've made a lot of progress these past few years with all the contracts and the bond funds that we have. So I just want to make sure we're continuing the forward progress we have and looking at the ratio of how many has been passed without the board or with the superintendent's approval or the board's approval. So that delineation will be helpful to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. I also add, I think y'all have gotten some really good feedback to be able to bring this back in August with a couple additional details on the spreadsheet. And I think we, similarly to you, Ms. Byer, when we had this conversation, we talked about feeling really good about staff, and I still feel really good about our staff, but we're also having some changes that are coming, and not to say that anyone's going to do anything wrong, but with those shifts, I think adding extra checks and balances sometimes can just be helpful to make sure that we're all moving in the same way. And I think it helps with transparency to our community when contracts come before the board so people can see what we're voting on. So I would like to see it come back in August. I too am a little like, do we need to go back to 150? Or, we're not all the way back to 90, but it could 150 might be $150,000, might be a good middle ground. But we can make that decision in August because I also am keenly aware of the work that happens during the summertime and don't want to stop any of that because we know things are in motion. So Ms. Lewis, Ms. Giovanni, any questions about it? We gave you a lot of feedback. I'm also happy to follow up after the meeting if you have additional questions.
Absolutely. Thank you. No, I have no further. I believe Mr. Lusor and I have our directive, and we will work with you and Dr. Mabenga to make sure that the board has and the community has what it is that they deserve for transparency. Thank you. That's all I have, but it was just for information.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lofrey? Okay. We did have a couple of folks come in for public comment. I want to apologize to them because I told them the meeting started at 6:30, and that was my brain just like automatically saying we started at 6:30, which that's our normal start time. So I want to apologize for that. But if we can have Addison Duda and Amy Robinson, public comment speakers. Okay. All right, come on in. You can come to the podium right here. I'll do a quick review of the rules for you both. And again, my apologies. I said 6:30. That's normally the time that we start. So if you're, please state your name. If you're speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. You'll have 3 minutes to present your comments. When the yellow light comes on up there, you'll have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. And when the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we're very interested in hearing your concerns with regard or celebrations with regard to public education, safety of our students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage in discussion with our speakers. We'll go first with Amy Robinson and Addison Duda.
Hi, so I'm Amy Robinson. I'm a chemistry PhD candidate at Duke, and I am one of the co-chairs for our chemistry outreach club. And so we were interested in coming here today to tell you a little bit about what we've been doing and also to try to make some connections as to different schools that we could help work with in the community. So right now with our outreach club, we're working on having these STEM kits, which have the materials for 9 different science experiments that we're able to provide to teachers or parents so that the kids can do this at home or in the schools. And this was something that we really took advantage of during the pandemic. And right now we're also getting back to in-person outreach. So we've been starting to do some science fairs with alumni relations and other elementary schools in the area, but we're really interested in trying to reach a broader range. And that's where Addison can.
So with the outreach events.
Sorry, let's start the time over, Ms. Smith. Or would you want to?
So with the in-person outreach events that we've been trying to incorporate this year, we're performing hands-on demos with the students of the community that will be from assistance from us that will also be at the outreach events. These are great events that we're all trying to incorporate, but we're looking to better serve the community that we're ultimately trying to serve and looking for some feedback on that front. Because we're trying to improve outreach for the students in schools, figure out what works best and how we can also potentially plan a community event for this fall to incorporate all of the schools. Actually, just recently, we also onboarded another team member to our outreach group that's interested in STEM outreach for adults as well. So this would be for all ages that we're considering. We forwarded a survey to the DPS email that we would like to have spread to the schools that are part of DPS to inquire about interest and further improve the outreach that we have currently. So Amy and I are here to encourage involvement from those that we're trying to directly serve. And we would really like to continue the conversation if possible and better serve and better understand the wants and needs of DPS and also the larger Durham community when it comes to STEM outreach experiences that we can provide at Duke. Thank you.
Thank you both. And again, I apologize for telling you the wrong time, but thank you both.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, we're going to go to our next item on our agenda, which is Operation Services.
So sorry.
Ms.
So there,
Bodiar?
there was a confusion about the public comment and there's somebody on their way. I don't know if we can, is it possible for that, the person who's on their way or maybe here already? Because this list I know came in just a few minutes ago, but if it's possible for him to sign up.
Yeah, so I had communicated with these folks to come, who wanted to come speak at 6, and I told them 6:30, even though it was not 6:30. So I said we would give a little time for them to speak, but we're also 6:40 something. So if there is any other public comment speakers in the hallway, we are happy to address them. Okay, but no one is here yet. If we do have any additional, someone outside can let me know. We'll take a break.
You'll take that person when they come in? Okay,
Yes.
awesome, thank you.
I think so. I want to make a promise, but probably yes. Okay. So the next item on our agenda is operation and services. I'm now going to pass it over to Dr. LaFreeze.
Good evening, board members. First, I just want to say thank you to you and Dr. Mabenga for trusting me in this interim role. And while I've only been here for a few weeks, I thought you should know that everyone I've met has been so warm and welcoming and helpful. And more importantly, I think I consistently hear their passion for what they do, and they're connecting it back to children, which is really, really, really special and important. And so again, I just want to say thank you for your confidence in me in this short time. The item before you is in regards to Glenn Elementary School, our renovation and addition project there. Our project manager, Ms. Kimberly Williams, is here and she's going to share more about the project and the bid results. And then we have a recommendation for you. Thank you. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. LaFreeze. Good evening, board members. I'm Kimberly Williams, the project manager for Glenn Elementary. Next slide, please. So I'm here tonight to present the results for the Glenn Elementary School GMP bid. So as you are all aware, when Glenn Elementary School was initially presented to the board and the public, we estimated the initial cost for Glenn to be $55 million. It was going to be an occupied school renovation that was going to last approximately 18 months. And so the information that you see here was what was presented in the 2022 bond. And again, that cost was initially $55 million. Next slide, please. So when the project bid, the overall cost, the GMP, was $57,053,519. That's for the construction cost. Again, the initial cost estimate was $55 million. We accepted alternates for $417,541. We are happy and excited that we can report MWBE, which is minority participation, to be at 26.9%. We are anticipating a notice to proceed, which is June 30th of this year. The contractor, which is Clancy and Thays, in partnership with their MWBE partner, the Danielle Group, to mobilize on that site, which again would be an occupied site in mid-December. And so the overall construction schedule is 30 months. And the reason why it has been extended is because we're going to have to do this project in phases. So we want to be very careful that we keep the staff and the students safe. And again, that addition is going to happen in the front of the school, which means the bus pickup, drop off, those things are going to have to move around. That means the playground is going to have to change. Staff parking is going to have to change. And so we're seeing some price escalation because we're going to have to make those changes and things are going to have to relocate more than once. So next slide, please. As we've previously shared with you, these are the overall cost for our bond projects now. This includes Murray-Massenburg, which is currently in construction, Durham School of the Arts, and Glenn, which are the first 3 projects which we are anticipating. Next slide, please. The anticipated cost of Glenn takes into consideration the overall rising construction costs that we are experiencing, which is unprecedented material costs, the supply chain shortages and bottlenecks, the very tight labor costs, and inflation, which is at a 40-year high. Next slide, please. We are definitely seeing a labor shortage, which we have been talking to our contractors, our CMARs on all of our projects, and just trying to find labor for these projects is just something that we've not experienced. We are finding that contractors are changing companies for something even as small as 25 cents an hour. So someone may work for one company 1 month and someone will offer them a 25-cent increase, and they may go to work for another company another month. And so you see that shortage. And so that is what is contributing to a project that may see a shortage and that may throw that project behind. Next slide, please. According to the AGC, we are seeing the value of projects change. And this again is increasing, contributing to that 30% increase. We're seeing it across bridges, highways, transportation, water and sewer, healthcare, power, hospitals, public buildings, K-12, anything that you can possibly imagine, higher ed, et cetera. Next slide, please. So the cost squeeze on contractors can last definitely through the next 2 years or more. Next slide, please. The price increases are hitting us, whether it's materials, labor, freight, again, the supply chain, and a lot of this is even contributed to the Ukrainian war. Next slide, please. We're seeing a wide variation in the construction cost trends, whether they are contributed to fuel, asphalt paving, architectural coatings, roofing materials, anything that you can possibly imagine that is utilized on a construction project. Next slide, please. The inflation estimated cost impacts. Again, we're seeing it nationally, and on the average, we're seeing about a 1% increase each month. And this has been happening for more than the past 18 months. Next slide, please. And again, as I previously noted, the Ukrainian war impacts are impacting what we're seeing for the rising fuel, the materials, the equipment, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. So this slide just represents what we've seen previously from 2 years previously through what we can expect through our next 2 years and well, at least through the end of 2023. Next slide. So the recommendation that I'd like to bring forward to the board, we are asking that you approve the GMP for Glenn Elementary School for $57,053,519 and to accept the alternates in the value of $417,541 with MWBE participation of 26.9% with an occupied and phased construction project. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Wow, that's all I have to say about all these increasing costs. I'll look to board members for any questions. Or Ms. Lewis, do you have any questions?
No.
It looks like Ms. Byers has a question.
Ms. Williams, I just wanted to thank you and the team for your leadership on this project. I know it's difficult when there are market forces that are completely out of our control to stretch the funds to take care of our children. And I appreciate you including some of the other projects that we hope to get to as we continue to work with the county, as we see that the 22 bond funds are not going as far as they would have earlier if we had moved earlier on that, but here we are taking care of children and aging buildings. I love that you put the picture in there at the beginning of the presentation that talks about this as a renovation, but really this will be nearly a new school. And you all have done that evaluation for Glenn. It's going to be a complicated project, especially with school in session. So I so appreciate y'all's leadership bringing this forward and keeping students safe in the process. I look forward to all the exciting things that will happen when construction starts December, you said, if we approve this tonight.
Yes, they will immediately begin buying the materials so that we can keep the costs where they are, but they will mobilize in December. So thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the kudos.
Are there questions or comments from board members? I don't know if this is really a question, but I'm grateful for the CMR, which means that we can keep costs, or we have this guaranteed maximum price. I guess I'm a little worried with 30 months of construction, like how in the world do we stay within that price? Or is that just not really something to be for us to worry about and know that this will guarantee that in? I think as we look at these kind of increasing costs with inflation.
With them starting to buy out, especially the longer lead items, that's how we're going to maintain that price. So we'll start buying out those materials, and the newer addition will be constructed first. And so we'll start the demo of the older piece in the back. And so because it's phased, we know we'll be able to maintain the price unless there is some money for contingency for some things that may come up, but we've accounted for that. And so we don't expect anything just monumental that's out that may be out there now. We find a dinosaur, that's a little different, but we've put some contingency money in there, and we've done our due diligence. So we really expect to maintain that. But the biggest thing is to immediately begin to start buying out the job to keep it within that GMP. And by having a CM at risk, they accept a portion of that risk in order to keep that price within the range that within that price that they've given us.
Questions or a motion from other board members?
Just a shout out for 27% MWBE. I mean, we that is definitely a commitment this district has, and you continue to show that commitment here. 27% is good. We can get better, right? But this is something also to celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that we accept the DPS admin recommendations approval for the renovations of additional projects for Glenn Elementary School with Clancy and Faze and the Daniels Company in the amount of what's listed on the agenda, $57,053,519.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any other discussion from board members? We'll do our voice vote. Ms. Lewis?
Ms. Jemiah Lewis, I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Passes unanimously 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Ho.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
The next item on our agenda is the School Resource Officer Memo of Understanding. I do want to make sure that we're clear that it has a ability for our superintendent, who enters into this agreement with the Sheriff's Department every year. So this really is his work, but we know we really appreciate transparency in Durham and want to make sure we brought this to the body for our public to be able to see it, as well as to give some updates, because we've been working with the city, county, schools, Community and Safety Wellness Task Force to also consider this. So we'll have an opportunity to hear from administration. Ms. Lewis also has an update from the task force, and then we'll be able to go from there. I'll pass it to Dr. Mabenga first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go first, then I'll pass it on to Dr. LaFreeze. Pretty much as the board chair said, this is a contract that we're supposed to bring back to you every June. As we know that year-round school will start around July, we really want to make sure this document is approved by the board. So there is no revision as of what we had last year. I think the reason we did not sit around the table to discuss any changes because of the conversation we have had regarding the community task force. We're waiting for those recommendations so that we can sit around the table and see whether or not there are any adjustment that need to be made. So I'm going to pass this to Dr. LaFreeze to give you some highlights. And at the end of the day, we would like for our board to be able to give us approval so that I'll be able to sign off of that and make sure that we have this agreement for our year-round school that will start in July. Dr. LaFreeze.
Great, thank you. So again, our recommendation before the board this evening is to approve a single-year extension to the contract for SROs for the 23-24 fiscal year. The agreement and the locations are identical to the current year. Eva Howard, our Executive Director of Safety and Security, is here, and so she's going to share a little bit more about the School Resource Officer Program now. But while she's coming up, I think I just want to share, you've got a rock star here. Eva is always on. She's super hardworking. She's a model learner. She's always looking to improve and grow. And even though her job is extremely challenging and stressful, she always has a smile. So thank you, Eva.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. LaFreeze, and good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share about our school resource officers. The purpose of the School Resource Officer Program is to serve the citizens of Durham County, particularly our parents, staff, and students of Durham Public Schools. Our resource officers work closely with our school administration, students, staff, and faculty and assist in maintaining a safe, secure, positive, and inclusive environment on our campuses. They assist in promoting a positive attitude as it relates to law enforcement and in support of restorative practices. The goals of the program, and as mentioned in the MOU, are to help maintain a safe, positive, inclusive, and secure learning environment on all campuses, conducive to learning and preventing criminal activities and disturbances, to establish and maintain partnerships among law enforcement personnel and school personnel to prevent juvenile delinquency and criminal activity, and to increase the visibility of law enforcement in schools and the community to promote positive attitudes regarding the role of law enforcement in society, serve as a comprehensive resource for school personnel, student, and parents in identifying community resources to help address issues and concerns affecting the physical and mental health of students, and to provide consultative assistance to school personnel and law enforcement topics such as awareness and prevention. Our current MOU states that the sheriff shall provide 22 sworn law enforcement officers to serve as school resource officers for the 22-23 school year. And we're looking to renew this contract for the upcoming 23-24 academic school year. Our resource officers serve as a community resource and serve as a valuable resource as it relates to building rapport and connecting with our community. Our SROs have worked closely and successfully with our district and community resources and played an intricate role in ensuring our schools are safe. It's our recommendation that the school resource officer MOU and contract be renewed and extended for the academic school year, upcoming academic school year. It is our goal that the Durham County Sheriff's Office continue to work and collaborate with Durham Public Schools as it relates to training together on topics such as restorative practices. And finally, it is our goal that the Durham County Sheriff's Office continue providing outreach, mentoring, resources, and educational opportunities to Durham Public Schools on topics such as safety intervention, awareness, and prevention. Thank you.
Let me make a couple more comments here. I think 22 SRO that we have on our campuses, they pretty much serve middle school and high school. We do not have SRO at Lakeview. We've been depending on DPD. There were a time that we were not really serving Lakeview well because of those DPD, they were not in place as regular as we would love to have for our SRO. Sheriff and I have been having a conversation. This is not a part of this recommendation today. Sheriff was supposed to ask two county commissioners for 2 SRO for on Lakeview, but that was not included on the budget. I just wanted to bring it up because at some point, Sheriff and I will have a conversation. I will have a conversation with our county managers as well. Lakeview has not been really served really well. We really need really permanent support that particular school. So I just wanted to bring it up in case in the future I have to come back to say, this is the conversation that I've been having with Sheriff and eventually with county manager.
Thank you, Dr. Mabenga and Ms. Howard, Dr. LaFreeze for that. I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Lewis before I open up to conversation. She serves as our liaison on the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force and will be able to provide an update of their work.
Thank you for this time. I would like to just first start off by appreciating the leadership of the chairs of the Safety and Wellness Task Force, Marcia and Xavier, who have done an exemplary job in the leadership of this commission, this task force. I also want to recognize the lead for the SRO Roundtable. Jesse Huddleston has worked extremely hard over the past 18 months. So the Safety and Wellness Task Force has been working for the past 18 months to create recommendations in response to our current school resource officers' memorandum of understanding documents, as well as a summary of data-driven observations that support their recommendations they have been working on based on what they've heard in the community listening sessions. They had created 16 listening sessions, over 13 hours across 5 stakeholder groups: principals, educators, support staff, students or youth, and parents or caregivers. They have consulted with several organizations, inclusive of Durham's Office on Youth and DPS Equity Affairs. If I were to outline the work they've done in phases, I would say this first phase has been the creation of the roundtables and the listening sessions. The next phase and the big chunk of work that has taken so much time, effort, and energy and collaboration has been the coding and analyzing the data from the listening sessions and the research they've done looking at several documents with other recommendations for Durham and then nationwide. And finally, they're at the place of composing recommendations. They gave their first reading of the recommendation to the entire task force yesterday. They received feedback, and they will come back to the task force after having received the feedback and submit for a second reading. Finally, with this task force, after all the roundtables have completed their recommendations, the task force will develop a plan for sharing these recommendations across the communities and to the governing bodies, which has commissioned this task force. So their recommendations are forthcoming. They're looking to wrap these up around October as they're reading through the different recommendations or having a plan by October. We have asked them to lift a heavy order with the community engagement and the data analysis. These are volunteers that I have seen truly committed to providing recommendations based on the examination and the charge that they were given for public safety and wellness needs of Durham community members, particularly those connected to Durham Public Schools. I just say they have worked extremely hard individually and together as a group on these different efforts and are working hard to get these recommendations before us as soon as possible. So that is a most recent update as of even yesterday when they met.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for that update. And I think it's really good to know how many folks they've been talking to and how much work they've been doing. I believe the task force started, we passed the bylaws maybe 2019, early 2020, and they started their work in the pandemic while we were kind of doing our stay-at-home orders and have been able to do a lot of listening and conversations. And so I don't normally speak first, but I do want to speak first on this one. I think it's really important that we make sure we listen to and wait for those recommendations. They're right at the cusp of that work, and then use those to help inform our MOU moving forward with the Sheriff's Department for next year. I think it is going to take many conversations and sitting around a table to understand one, to unpack their recommendations, to understand which recommendations we want to implement, and two, to work with the sheriff and our principals and the school resource officers to understand what it'll look like for the upcoming school year in 24-25. So I think I want us to consider that. And the reason why we signed up for this task force was for this deep listening, for this community engagement, so that we could have that feedback and use that to guide our processes. From here, I'll open it up.
Can I, yeah, and I just will just add to what you said to echo those sentiments. You know, it will be beneficial to allow them to finalize their process of transparency, consensus, and engagement. This is a really cohesive group, and this process has been important to them to do it as they need to do it and bring it forward. So what I would recommend when they bring their recommendations, I would like for our board to have a small committee to discuss the recommendations with their administration to determine the best way forward.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. I'll open up for board members if there are any questions or comments. I see 3 hands here, so I'm going to start with Ms. For the public who can't see, they're all pointing at each other for who should go first. I'm going to start with Ms. Byer or Ms. Valladara.
So I want to start with expressing appreciation for the Community Safety Wellness Task Force, and with just a hint of frustration about wanting this work to come more quickly and more urgently. And I know they had a whole pandemic thrown at them, but I want to be clear that for several years, we have continued to push this MOU forward without making what I think are more restorative practices in place, both in the agreement and with the sheriff's department. And that is my vision for how we would continue to come together and envision a future world where we don't need policing in schools, right? So how do we get there if we don't start having those really challenging conversations? And I know some of that work happens. I wonder if there's data, and Ms. Lewis, you're still on, right? Sorry, we don't see you, so I'm trying to.
I'm here.
Yeah, thank you. Is there data that the task force needs that would help inform their recommendations? Data I'm thinking of is, we haven't in a long time seen the data of how many of our students are getting referred into the court system versus, how many are getting handcuffed, how many are actually going into the misdemeanor diversion efforts that we have built in this community. I mean, Marsha Moray, as a judge, built some amazing progressive programs. Does the task force have the data that they need, or is there any help that we can give them? The other data I wonder about is, are these vacancies within the sheriff's department and the Durham Police Department impacting their ability to serve at our schools? You talked about Lakeview, but is that a problem in a more widespread way?
Yeah.
We are fully
Answer.
staffed. I'm sorry. I think there were some academies where sheriff was able to prioritize DPS by providing us those positions.
So the sheriff has informed, Durham County Sheriff's Office has informed that they have an academy that will be ending soon. And we will receive additional SROs to fulfill our current MOU. And if we decide to stay with the MOU moving forward.
And to answer your question, as far as the data for this team, they did receive data September 2022 that about sheriff contacts and referrals and things with SRO contacts and referrals that was received. There was more discussion yesterday on the wellness and task force. People were asking for other data, and I have made myself available if there's any additional data they need. But it's not the data by any means. They've worked really hard. Like Sheriff Umstead said, they began in a pandemic, and we can only move at the rate of trust. And our point and emphasis was for qualitative data, and that's what they've collected. And qualitative data takes a little more time than a quantitative data to set through and to make sense of it, to come up with a good recommendation. So by no means has any type of data slowed down the process. It's just a matter, not the quantitative data, but the qualitative data they've collected. If they need any other quantitative data, again, I've availed myself to them to help them get whatever it is they need that's coming out of their task force.
Thank you. That's helpful. And none of my comments are critical of the task force, just of the wish to go ahead and have ideas brought forward from them and from the community on this very complex topic. We do keep renewing this contract kind of as is. Can you talk about training, Ms. Howard, about our folks doing mental health first aid training or beyond that, as far as working with students coming out of the pandemic? Is there training in how not to restrain students, right? I mean, can you talk more about that? I know you've had some de-escalation, yeah.
So the sheriff's office does offer training for their SROs, and deputies, period. And there is a process. For example, the SROs, before they're released, they go through a field training. And crisis intervention, de-escalation techniques are part of their training.
Mental health first aid, do you know?
I believe so, but I can get confirmation and follow up with you.
And then training in our discipline code of conduct that we've revised to be more restorative. Are they trained in that? We talked about that at some point. Training in LGBTQ plus issues.
So they are trained by the criminal justice standards and within the Durham County Sheriff's Office.
Of course, discipline matters should be handled by the administration at the school, and I haven't spoken obviously to all the principals, but the ones that I have spoken to, they clearly understand and have that expectation that discipline is something that's their domain and not part of the SRO program.
Good points, Dr. LaFreeze. In addition to that, according to the MOU, we have to make sure that our principals and the SRO, they're having that annual meeting so that they can get together and try to reconcile their differences. So we'll be having those meetings.
Ms. Valladares.
Thank you for sharing information. We have a problem in Durham, a real problem, and it takes all of us to keep our kids safe. And I also know that a program is only going to improve by better communication, by understanding a little bit more about who do you contact when there is an issue. If there is short staffing, or if there's something about maybe any issue that arises at the school, to be able to have those lines of communication open. And so I'm super grateful that, we have you, Ms. Eva Howard, just helping have these conversations as well. You've come to us and you've explained many things to us, and we're so grateful. But I do have a request, and this is something that I have spoken with our sheriff. And in terms of being able to have, I know that there have been community forums, but even as the MOU comes forth, for the sheriff to come, and this is an invitation to Sheriff Burkhead. I mean, we've talked to him. Actually, a few board members of us have met with him. I've had conversations with him, and we would just want to welcome him to this space, to 511 Cleveland Street, and it would be really good to have this conversation. I just wanted to also share some comments, because there have been community members who have expressed that this is our decision to make, and the task force will give us recommendations, but there needs to be also, if there's community members that have feedback, we seem to imply maybe in what we're saying that the task force is the end all be all of feedback, and that's not true. It is not true. And community members have expressed frustration at that, because as a task force continues to do the work, and again, they're doing the data analysis, time is ticking. And folks would like to see this program as it is to be strengthened, and to envision and see what other metrics. So I'm just going to read some of the things. There were comments from a community member, evaluation process, how if the program is functioning as intended. And I will give credit to this community member after I read everything. I'm not going to, just leave them in anonymity. Equity requires an evaluation process. So how are marginalized communities actively involved to ensure the SRO program is functioning fairly across the system? And this is not to belabor, there's 3 more points. Since we are moving towards school improvement teams being such an important way of us communicating, with Growing Together, we've learned how important site communication is. how, each school has a governance body. And the school improvement team, we as a district have made a commitment to fortify, strengthen the voice of school improvement teams. So I want to be clear to the community, the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force is not the end all be all of the feedback. The school improvement teams are definitely important. And so as we think about this with the school improvement team, how are we also, able to bring that feedback that they're giving us at the school sites to continue to work on enhancement to the program and accountability and community trust, and how to, educate stakeholders within our school communities about the SRO program and how it works. What are the parameters? That point that you made, Dr. LaFries, is so important because there are many families who in the past years have said, that some schools are letting the SROs do the management, or letting management issues kind of fall like between the admins and the SRO. And we know that we've worked as a district to change. It's written in the MOU that management is not something handled that should be handled by any SRO. It's on us, right? Administration, the administrators at the school. But these points are so important, for the schools, the school improvement teams to have information about the program as it works. And if there's any way to give feedback for the school improvement teams to get that feedback. And this is, again, the school safety and wellness task force as a task force is also providing feedback. And they have data that is going to be very important. I'm grateful for that, but also we need to continue to do that. The last point, understanding about, how to share, where do the concerns go? I know the sheriff's office has a citizens advisory board. It's important to kind of know who's on that advisory board, to have those conversations with them, because there are some things that will not fall within our purview that may fall within the sheriff's office purview in terms of accountability. So that will also be important to highlight in the MOU. Like when you have a concern about this is who you go to. You go to the superintendent if it's about this. Now, if it's about that, those channels of communication are going to be so important. So lastly, the community member who shared some time back, this feedback was Kevin Primus. And I'm also going to say this publicly. This is not a knock, actually my colleague. We'd had conversations here on this board about like folks who continue to like reach out to us and tell us ways to improve. And all of us here on the board are willing to work with every community member. And I'm so grateful for this board and the colleagues that I have on this board that understand that there's so much feedback that we have from the community, and we never want to do any erasure of any of that feedback. And so we will work together. My colleague Jessica, my colleague Chair Bettina, my colleague Giovannia, my colleague Emily, colleague Natalie, my colleague Millicent, we're all actively listening and taking feedback. And so just wanted to name that. If the school community the Safety and Wellness Task Force has already received this document. As they bring their data, this document is also shared with them. If they can also just kind of, I know they're bringing data from the listening sessions, but this was also submitted to them. And so can they hold these, this data that is coming to us? Thank you.
If I could just say thank you for lifting that up regarding the school improvement teams. Their voices are absolutely critical, and I think that is an excellent suggestion to make sure that all of those school improvement teams have input and feedback into the program. So thank you.
Thank you. I concur.
Ms. Lewis, did you have any comments about the MOU being shared? I know the MOU has been shared with that Community Safety Wellness Task Force, their roundtable, but any additional comments, Ms. Lewis?
No, it has been shared, yes.
Ms. Rogers?
I think first, I want to say thank you to Ms. Howard and team for keeping our school safe. We know how important that is. Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for bringing the report from the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. That is going to have a major impact on what our MOU will look like. I'm very appreciative of this work. I serve on with a local a national organization that supports local progressive elected officials, and I serve on the Safety Steering Committee. I look forward to this recommendation from the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. We are traveling to Milwaukee to see what they have done in removing SROs from their schools. We have an opportunity to take a +1. I'm happy to serve on our board committee around what school safety looks like. Should we make changes to this? And for us to discuss who that +1 could be, so that we're best serving DPS with this site visit in Milwaukee. I look forward to what those recommendations will be. I am a little frustrated that it's taking that long, but it also gives us the opportunity to leverage this resource that Local Progress is offering us in this site visit. And I look forward to seeing what we can do to make changes and keep our schools safe. Because I'm not sure SROs and increased law enforcement in our school buildings will help with the educational process. Thanks, y'all.
Ms. Carter Alton.
Thank you so much. Again, to the task force and to you, Ms. Howard and Dr. LaFreeze. I sent you all some questions today, well, to Dr. LaFreeze and Dr. Mubenga that I'm hoping, I know it was a lot, so hopefully eventually we can get some answers to those to help us make decisions. But I'd say like they're mostly around how well are we structuring our MOU so that we can ensure that our SROs, if we continue to have them, are well-trained, trained in a way that we want them to be trained to be able to support the needs of our students and our staff, and then continuing to train them and support them in their roles. And also how are we continuing to monitor the program and how well it's working. So my questions are around training, grievances, how we're handling grievances and how we're modifying things based on grievances we're receiving. And along the lines of, I think what my colleague, board member Valladares was saying, like, are we making sure people know how to file a grievance, how to, whether it be a parent or a student, so that we can get all of that data and make sure we're adjusting as needed based on what's going on in the schools. I know that there's a question about the mental health first aid training. And I know in our current MOU, we have a requirement for the 40 hours of SRO training and the CIT certification. But under that North Carolina Justice Academy, there's a number of other trainings that I think that we could consider adding on, one of which is an 8-hour youth mental health first aid training. That would be a pretty simple way to ensure that all of our SROs have that training. And there's a de-escalation principles and practices. So maybe we can think more about, again, how to ensure that everybody that's in our school serving in this role has the skills and the abilities they need to support our students and our staff. Let's see, what else to say? I'd like, if it's possible, I'd like some of the data on and I think as board members, it would be helpful for us to see the data on grievances and concerns that have come out of the program as we're thinking about this and moving forward, and also the data that's being reviewed about suspension and outcome of referrals to law enforcement. If we could see that type of data, then that would give us some of the additional tools that we need to be able to reflect on that and consider decisions moving forward. That's it.
Just a few comments and sharing of information. So yes, the school resource officers have the 40-hour training program. All but 4 have completed their training. The other 4 are being trained this summer. They have up to 1 year from when they start to complete the training. Ms. Howard already mentioned that as far as orientation goes, and they have field training as well with a seasoned SRO on one of the school campuses. And so that's part of it. You asked about grievances. Ms. Howard and Captain Myers, who've been involved with the program a little bit less than a year, there have not been any grievances filed this year, but I think your question and other board members' questions about, do folks know how to go about doing that? I think that's important, and that's something that we can take back and work on. And then specific to, some of the data and accountability measures, Eve and I are going to work in terms of looking at a potential process for this. And just as a point of consideration, I know each year you get testing and accountability data. I'm sure you're looking at student discipline information along the same times. And so perhaps the regular cadence is when you're considering your other accountability measures, that there's an opportunity for accountability measures to be shared in this area too. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much. And one more thing that I had forgotten to mention that I did put in my questions for you earlier is, and it looks like based on the MOU, we have a process whereby the principal routinely meets with, sorry, where is this? We're getting feedback from the principals on a routine basis. But are we also getting feedback from other staff within a school, through any type of mechanism where we could hear from other educators and staff in the school, like how is this affecting? I know it's supposed to be the case that staff are handling disciplinary things, but like how does that happen in practice in all of our schools, and to what extent can we improve the way we're doing that?
So correct, we do get ongoing feedback just in terms of working directly with the principal. I think that the idea around the school improvement team, this could be a very natural way to connect that and get additional information to answer that question. Also, just thinking about feedback into an evaluation process, right? These are employees of the Durham County Sheriff Office, and so the evaluation process is it's their process. But I think one thing that we could look to is to see if there's some way that the sheriff would be open to getting some type of feedback that goes into the evaluation process on those officers.
Thanks y'all for this discussion. Couple of points I want to make. I want to remind us that we do get the reportable logs acts as board members. So there is sometimes information there about students who've been to diversion programs or that kind of thing. I really do like the idea of considering in our student discipline data if there are students who've been referred to law enforcement. And I think the other part is really important for us to learn is actually what happens on the other end of that referral. The more I learn, the more I realize I didn't know that there is a juvenile person, a person who runs the, let me not start saying the wrong thing, but there's another person on the other end who decides where that referral goes, right? If that actually goes forward to law enforcement or if that's diverted into another program, and we might not have that information. All we might have is that student has been referred, right? So I think that the system on both ends, we need to have a full understanding of. And then I just want to give another appreciation to our task force. This is complex work, and we knew when we asked them to get started. So I feel a little bit of that frustration, and I also feel an immense amount of gratitude after speaking with Jesse Huddleston, who's leading this roundtable for a while, how much information they got and how many differing opinions they got and how they're trying to work through sifting through that information to come up with some really clear recommendations. I do not envy their job. I really appreciate the work that they're doing. And so I look forward to hearing more about those recommendations. I think the last, as we're getting ready to go into the new school year, I think about safety really largely. And I wonder if there's almost like a little safety booklet that every family gets that talks about if you are struggling with mental health or you know someone, here's the number to call. If you hear a tip at your school, because we talked about that earlier with us taking off the gaggle contract, if you are worried about your safety or you're worried that someone has something that can harm the school, here's where that goes. Here's all of our lockdown procedures. Here's your school resource officer name. Here's what they're here to do. If you have questions or concerns about any of these things, here are the people to talk to. So it just becomes a really easy go-to guide for families. I think right now, a lot of that information is in different places. So go to student support services and see that, and go there and see that. And maybe somewhere over here is that. How do we get it all together?
And that
some
is,
easy
that is,
graphics.
that is a critical step because it shows how multifaceted and how encompassing safety is in a school district. And so making those connections is really critical. So
Absolutely.
Yes.
So something really easy that families could see. It's translated in English and Spanish if we need for other languages, for many of our families that speak different languages, and something that public affairs, maybe not Chip, but someone can make sure they're
Mhm.
posting from their office that's also on our social media to make it quick and easy for families.
Absolutely.
I think one of the things I've been appreciative of Durham so far is that all of our students, a lot of our students and family have been really open about, I want to share when I hear something. I appreciate the quick
Absolutely.
responses. Thank y'all for that communication. And so as much as we can continue to pub that information, people know where to go when they have questions or concerns. So I think that's something that we should really consider for the upcoming school year and future years.
Yes, absolutely.
Miss Lewis, do you have any other comments?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you all for all this.
Sorry, we are over
I'm
here
sorry.
again. You know how we do.
Miss Byer, then Miss Valladares.
I really appreciate that. And I appreciate your idea, Chair Umstead, of clear communication that is paper, not just digital. And even explaining what a lockdown drill is, what all those types of things, what we do for a tornado, what we do for, flash floods, ice, snow, if that ever happens again. I also feel conflicted, but also want to have this conversation with this board that knowing that we need an SRO at Lakeview, I feel we're negligent if we don't add it to this contract. And I'm sorry that that didn't get added to the sheriff's request for the county. But I have to trust that if we have those conversations, that funding could come through from them, because we have built strong relationships. So I'm wondering if we should actually add that. And you said there's a new academy coming, so that also gave me some hope that the numbers were moving in the right direction. Is
Yes.
that, I've been really conflicted about that since you said that, Dr. Mavinga, especially in light of how many weapons there've been in campuses at different times through the year.
Thank you for lifting that up. I think Sheriff understands that there's a need there. That's how we need to have stability at Lakeview. But at this point, we're just thinking who's going to be able to pay for it. So before this meeting, I missed a call from Sheriff. He was trying to set up a meeting with a county manager so that three of us can have a conversation.
So would there be a way, Mr. Malone, maybe to add that in if the funding's able to be worked out? Like, is there a way to kind of respect that? Yes. I would think so.
Valladares.
Thank you. I will just say that we can't just have this conversation and not have, especially for a lot of community members who have been so involved in this conversation and have brought so much to us. Both appreciation for SROs that are, at our schools, keeping our schools safe, being a part of the community, having relationship with administration, with students, just showing even at the bus lines, helping direct traffic with the bus lines. I was actually recently at my children's school, Hillside High School, and I had to make a stop. And so I parked for a few minutes while I was trying to figure out what I was going to do next. And you will not know this. An SRO drove right in front of me. And, and I said, hi. And then they were like, 1 second. And they went in and talked to the teachers because there were some teachers who were also looking out the window who were wondering, why is this car? And as you know, there's a curve where a lot of cars kind of station at Hillside. So it's, just a quick thing. And the teachers were on it too. Our educators are looking out, they're looking out the window, like, what is that car doing? I was there, and Deputy Costa and Deputy Watkins might have more information about how long, it was not too long, but it was not too long. And that's the thing that I realized. I was like, wow, anytime we've had lockdowns, and this is important because as we go into growing together, I just want to let folks know the level of involvement that some SROs have. But I would be remiss if I also didn't acknowledge that there are areas where we have failed students, and not failed students in terms of intention for safety. We prioritize safety, but there has been harm. There have been students who have felt targeted. There have been students who have felt unheard. And so as we continue to have these conversations, I also, just wanted to let you know that we will continue to work on this, but it's important for us to also think about the selectivity and in an environment where there are not that many folks that are going into the forest or going into these spaces, you know, how to get the types of educator hearts. That's the thing the community has been saying, and I have to say it right now. It's not about the program per se, it's about the harm that comes from people who have no business in our schools. And I want to acknowledge the families that met with that came to us, that also met with Dr. Mubenga, trying to figure out like, how do we manage the situation where there's somebody who should not be in a school, you know, with a background and the different types of dynamics of that. And so the MOU is going to be a solid way for us to determine what does that look like in terms of accountability, in terms of, you know, tracking. And also I have invited some SROs, and this is something I checked with students to the June 17th event. Y'all knew I was going to do this. June 17th, this Saturday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. And actually the importance of this program is that one of the students who's speaking actually asked me, you know, because they have a relationship with an SRO, that will that SRO be there? And I invited that SRO, Deputy Watkins, you know.
Yeah.
And so there are people who our students look up to and they want to see them in events. And I know they're beloved. And I just want us to continue to have a program where our students can really see adults beyond the role and the title and the uniform. Are they caring for our kids? Do they care as educators? Because anybody who steps foot in a school has to have the educator hat on first, more than anything. And as we continue to figure out like what that program is going to look like, they have to have the heart for kids and not harm kids. And so I just wanted to lift that up, that it hasn't all been peachy and rose colored, but we're going to get better. Thank you.
Board members, this is for action tonight. We do say we want to make one edit to make sure if possible, the Lakeview school can also receive that school resource officer that they would like to have. Happy to accept a motion.
I move that we accept the DPS administration recommendation approving the contract with the Durham County Sheriff's Office for the 23-24 school year to continue the school resource officers program as outlined above, with the additional change that you mentioned regarding Lakeview.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Spire. I think it's important for anyone who is watching to also hear our commitment to listening to the recommendations from the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force that will be coming, and lots of future conversations around how this program could change and evolve, all in the best of service of our students, right? Wanting to make sure that our students and our educators feel safe in their buildings every day. So we will, Ms. Carter Austin.
So if we approve this today, then we cannot modify the MOU for another year. Is that how this works? Which means that recommendations that come from the task force can't be integrated into the MOU?
So the recommendations from the task force can be integrated to beginning year 24-25. So the task force is, I think in the last couple months of their work, they'll be able to present there's a whole process after this. So they'll present their recommendations to us. We will need to decide which recommendations we want to implement, and then we'll need to be having conversations with the sheriff's office to understand what's feasible as they run this program. What are we agreeing to? So I think this year timeline actually is probably right to get to implementing for changes, for revisions, another conversation next June, and then changes that may start in July, really, because schools start in July.
And if we don't approve today, we have no MOU in place and no
program.
Right, I think if you look at this, this is in essence, a contract for services for the next year. And so then a review process goes on with the MOU. And when that is ready to come forward, it could theoretically come independent of the annual renewal.
Right. And potentially could come earlier in the year so that we could, by June, we're ready to go. We start those revisions earlier.
Would anything prevent us from improving training in this upcoming year, the way this MOU is written? I mean, the training language is vague enough that I would think that we could make changes and modifications to that as we,
Some of the suggestions that board members lifted up tonight regarding the other types of training that's available. Even I talked about process, basically scheduling a meeting with the sheriff, of course, reviewing what the current curriculum is and seeing if this could naturally slot in. So I think that's a possibility. And then the other is knowing what's already going on in the schools with other personnel that are getting trained. Are there opportunities to bring SROs into those school-based trainings that are occurring?
I think a lot of those opportunities we can spell out in the MOU, but we can also do without making any changes. So we know we've got Splash coming up with lots of professional learning opportunities for our educators. I think invitations for school resource officers could work really well for that. Especially a lot of the things that we're going to be doing are going to support them in their work as well. So any other questions or discussion before we vote?
Just one additional comment regarding Lakeview. That's a conversation we're gonna have about funding. So I just wanted to make sure it's clear that the board is asking me to have those conversations, but there's no commitment yet until we secure funding. So I don't want to be held accountable for negligence.
Sounds good, Dr. Mavinga. All right, we'll go to a vote. Ms. Lewis,
This is Javanya Lewis. I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
No.
Ms. Valladares,
I vote aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton,
No.
and I vote aye. So that passes. Let me do that math real quickly. 4-2. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is growing together secondary, but I am going to pause. We had another public comment speaker come. So if I can have LaVon Barnes come to the podium, I'm going to do a quick review of the rules for Mr. Barnes. First, please state your name. If you're speaking for an organization, state the name of the organization. You will have 3 minutes to present your comments. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to wind up your remarks. When the red light comes on and it beeps, this will indicate that your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of our students, and to the operation of a school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we will not engage in a discussion with you, unfortunately, tonight. Mr. Barnes.
Good evening, and thank you for your leniency in changing. My name is LaVon Barnes, and I am representing the School for Creative Studies as its helpful living teacher, graduation coordinator, and all other things miscellaneous that teachers do on a day-to-day basis. I had a whole bunch of notes, but I left those notes flying to get here. So I'm just going to speak from the heart. I think that the School for Creative Studies is a special place. I think that there's no question that the vision that was initially founded about the school is still something that still stands true now. We're the only year-round middle high magnet school in the state. I think that's something that we should be proud of, and we should continue to do that. I think the fact that we just had graduated 61 students and had almost $4 million in college scholarships is something that is worthy to be highlighted. And I think that if we change the school to just a middle school, we would be doing a disservice to so many students that myself and my colleagues who have spoken before me and have honestly walked so many students. There's so much I want to say. There's so many students that are served by being at our school for up to 7 years, if not the 4 years that they get to be there for the high school part. How many students that did not think that they had a voice coming into this school that found their voice after graduating? How many students that we've seen grow up from when they were in 6th grade to young adults that we have set out in this community to be leaders as 12th graders? I think that how many students that have had so many mental challenges, so many that have grown out of those mental challenges because they've been able to be and build relationships with teachers in the administration that we've had throughout the years. It's just been a very difficult school year at SES with a lot of change. And I agree that change is important and growth is important and we're growing together. But I do believe that breaking up SES would be growing us apart. It would be segregation, to be honest with you. I think that you're going to have a North and a South campus. If you want us to be Rogers Hurt, well, something like similar to Rogers Hurt, I think that's not who we are. We're not DSA. Which was initially said to us too. We are SES, and that's what we are, and we want to stay as SES for the next foreseeable future. So I'm asking the board, I'm asking you to reconsider any possibility of changing SCS into just a middle school and to keep it as it is, fully funded. I just heard $57 million going to a construction project, but at a school that has never had fully funding or had the opportunity to shine in the way that it could, and it is, and it will. I think if given that opportunity, that we will be successful and we'll see the numbers grow in the way that you want to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette, I'll pass it over to Dr. Hardy.
Thank you, Chair Umstead, Dr. Mabinga, and the board. And I would like to acknowledge, if we can pull up the presentation, I think the members of the Growing Together team have joined the room. So I would like to ask the members of our Growing Together team to stand and for us to acknowledge this wonderful team. Thank you so much. If we'll go forward one slide. This evening, the Growing Together team is going to share recommendations for our secondary schools, middle and high schools from the Growing Together initiative and request the board's approval. This work represents 4 years of dedicated work from staff members representing many DPS departments within the framework of the DPS 2018-2023 strategic plan, as well as extensive community input. This work is a necessary foundation for Durham Public Schools to continue to evolve to meet the rapidly changing needs of our community and to work towards true equity for our diverse student population. It is the first systemic review of programs and boundaries in the 30 years since merger of Durham County and Durham City Schools. These recommendations will provide outstanding programming, position our students for success after graduation while increasing equity, access, and diversity within Durham Public Schools for all students. Growing Together is about more than just the number of enrolled students in DPS or those that will come from new residential growth here in Durham. Growing Together is about the mindset of our community, our leaders, our staff, and our students to imagine and work together for a shared future for Durham's children that will require a shift from the way things were to the way things can and should be. Not just for some, but for each and every young person we serve. This shift in mindset continues with the Board of Education vote this evening. It will also require the courage for all of us to revisit our assumptions about what is not, and what is possible, and to rest our assumptions and contribute to a vision of Durham Public Schools as a school system that has a plan for each and every child, and that every DPS school is great. At this time, we'll go to the next slide. Tonight, our purpose is to seek approval of the boundaries for middle and high schools, secondary programs, and the rules of student assignment. There will be further discussion of application rules of access related to our weighted lottery policies and secondary Montessori programming. And of course, at the end, we will have time for discussion and questions. For your reference and for the public, the first few slides we will go through directly. The remaining slides at the end include the entire content from the May 18th slide presentation with all of the plan details. Tonight, we will focus on the first few 8 or 9 slides, and then we will have discussion and questions, and then this is before the board this evening for action. This time, I will turn it over to Mr. Matthew Palmer. We can go forward one slide, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy. Chair Umstead, board members, Dr. Mabinga, it's good to be with you this evening. We do have forth before you the overall Growing Together plan components, which were reviewed at the May 18th board meeting. Again, that is the vision for the academic program for secondary, middle, and high schools. The academic program and application program placements, the school boundaries that flow out of those placements, and the rules of access that commensurate with that as well. This is a plan. Each of these are components that comprise the overall plan. As Dr. Hardy named, before you this evening is action on the overall comprehensive plan and the elements there within. Next slide, please. To reset the board and the community and the public. This is a lot of work. This is a lot of elements coming together over a 4-year cycle. The benefits for our community with regard to growing together, the 4 pillars, I'll reset you: growth, equity, access, and diversity. Growth, beginning to accommodate and prepare for the residential growth in eastern and southeastern Durham. Equity, when we're bringing access to resources to where our children are at, not putting them on long bus rides to have access to those seats. In addition, access with regards to the vehicle miles that our kids are on the bus, the amount of time they spend on buses. Again, this is not only the secondary program, but a core tenet of our elementary program as well. And additional access to seats, looking at our programs across DLI, year-round, Montessori, and IB. And perhaps the cornerstone of the plan with regards to increasing diversity, both through our boundary assignments as well as our lottery application assignments as well. So in total, we are able to bring forth a comprehensive plan comprising of 4 elements, pursuing 4 interconnected goals. Next slide, please. At the May 18th board meeting, there were some inquiries from the board, some challenges for administration and staff to see what additional efforts we could take to pursue the overarching objective of enhancing diversity within our schools, particularly as it relates to socioeconomic status. Again, there are guide rails with regards to student assignment, particularly here in the state of North Carolina, what we can do, what we can't do, considerations that we can make for placement, and what are the state of best practices. And so before you this evening are adjusted rules updated in reflection with the board's challenge to administration. And we'll walk through that with you on the next 3 slides. So this is particularly relevant for our lottery-based application schools. Next slide. As you can see today, this is a distribution of our overall identified student percentage population by school. These are middle schools. And you can see again, our district level average is 45%. And the term identified student percentage, or ISP, those are students that are qualified by the state of North Carolina, certified by the state that they may be food stamp eligible, Medicaid eligible, foster, homeless, migrant, and otherwise. These are students that may need some additional supports, and it is warrantable to be aware of when we have particularly schools that are disproportionately wealthy to the rest of the district. You can see that here at our middle school level. I'll walk you through the next slide at our high school levels. Here again, same metric, same measure, thinking about, again, this is April of 2023. What are the rates that we have by school? Understanding where we have high concentrations of disproportionate resources with relationship to the rest of the district. Next slide. So many of these disparities are addressed in elements of the elementary plan that has already been approved, as well as the rules of access for that elementary plan. In addition, some of the tenets around boundaries and boundary access to schools will make great gains for several of our campuses as it relates to diversity at a school level. Having said that, under certain circumstances, it may seem quite compelling and warrantable to use what we call a weighted lottery. This is again with the overall objective of enhancing the diversity at a school level. So the proposed rule of access as it relates to our application lottery schools has sort of 4 components associated. 1, when a school is 10 percentage points or below the overall district level ISP average, again, this April, it is 45% at a district level. So when a school is 10 percentage points or more below that level, then in those instances for the following application lottery, we would be considering of using a weighted lottery for lottery seat application assignment. The weight that we would be looking at is again using US Census data in addition to American Community Census data that is released on an annual basis. Particularly being mindful, as we've historically talked about, neighborhood median family income. Importantly there, We are not asking for students' individual information that relates to family income, any sort of income verification process. We're not recommending that the board go down that level. Really, a home address and in the application itself will help us working with our lottery vendor to identify the resources that a student and their neighbors may have. We also have to be mindful that these objectives and goals with respect to diversity, they have good intentions, and we have to stay at the table to monitor and evaluate, are they yielding the outcomes that we seek? That is part of, again, you'll remember policy 4150 on an annual basis. We're reviewing this not only for lottery application, but our school boundaries, and continuing to sharpen our pencil and make sure that we're doing the best service for our board's community vision and values. Again, this is particularly relevant for an application program that has a lottery-based assignment, particularly those schools that are pure lottery schools. This is, again, element one that was requested from the board. These are the 4 components of how we would design and use a weighted lottery. On the next slide, we have an additional inquiry and perhaps a clarification remark with regards to how do students access our Montessori middle school programs. You may recall that the administration has recommended 2 Montessori middle schools. Lakewood Montessori as it's currently constituted, as well as Lucas Montessori Middle School in Northern Durham. Next slide, please. What's particularly compelling about, from an administrative lens on this, is that we're able to provide a Montessori program in very different contexts and with very different attributes and assets and resources, but both lend themselves well to the Montessori program, particularly as we have enacted it here in Durham. Within the Lakewood campus, we're situated there as a 300 student school co-located with the YMCA, very much in a neighborhood context. If you've ever been on Crosswinds, that access drive to get into Lakewood, it is quite a compact, dense scene to provide transportation service there at Lakewood Middle School. In addition, we have recommended that there is placement and commensurate boundary and lottery access for the Montessori program at Lucas, a very different context, also co-located in this instance with the City of Durham Parks and Recs at Snow Hill Road Park. In addition, we have adjacency, actually Lucas backs up to Lake Mickey. So when we think about Montessori and outdoor learning and the stated objectives of both the board and the public with regards to outdoor education, environmental stewards, sustainability and awareness, these 2 campuses may lend themselves to both the urban context as well as the more rural and nature-based setting of Lucas. Importantly, the recommendation from administration is a recognition that Lakewood and Lucas constitute a middle school Montessori program. That's a shift. We've often focused on individual schools, and this is really drawing our attention as administration, staff, parents, and students to the connectedness of our Montessori elementary and middle schools, and perhaps moving away from any sense of competition and more towards collaboration and compatibility. Next slide, please. As such, you'll see on our top line here with regards to data, we have walked through the boundary seats at both schools, the capacity of both schools. The total lottery seats remaining is a projection for 142 at Lakewood and 275 at Lucas. Currently, program linked students that are named there in grades 6 through 8, those would be students who have attended a Montessori elementary that would not be automatically boundary assigned to a Montessori middle school. We're adding up the total lottery seats you see there in grades 6, 8. We have those that have program link identified. 176 is that number. This recommendation and proposal affords remaining lottery seats or general open lottery access to both campuses for all of DPS. We have modeled out numerous scenarios to consider what else may be possible. We certainly heeded and heard the remarks from the board with regards to transportation. Given the scale and given the opportunity here, in particular for Lucas to provide much needed support and relief for our middle schools that in many instances are overcrowding, it is warrantable to recommend again that eligibility at both campuses is district-wide. that would ensure that students that come through the elementary school level are able to apply to the program that fits best for their learning style preference and context. Next slide, please. And with that, I will hand it back over to Dr. Hardy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Palmer. There's a connection between the secondary plan and the implementation of the elementary plan already approved by our Board of Education. We must be primed and ready for growing together at elementary to launch in 24-25. The decision to approve the Growing Together secondary plan tonight situated on a critical path for moving forward. Many of our families are awaiting the board's decision for the secondary plan to make decisions about elementary schools for the fall. Approval of the secondary plan will position staff to proceed with the in-depth implementation and transition work with our families to ensure that we are ready to launch in 24-25. Support for implementation of Growing Together is also timely. We are excited to share that we are seeking specific, focused federal grant funding that will supplement the implementation work connected to Growing Together. The submission deadline for this federal support of fostering diverse schools is July 7th, 2023. We believe the likelihood that DPS receives this federal US DOE funding will improve if we are able to include in the grant application that the Board of Education has approved the Growing Together plan for both elementary and secondary schools. The Growing Together project launched to improve equity and access to educational opportunities for all DPS students. Tonight, we presented to you the proposed secondary academic application programs and the secondary school boundaries for review, discussion, and preparation for action this evening. At this time, they're all there. We are open for discussion and questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy, and to your full team who've been working for years on the Growing Together plans and projects and listening to a lot of our feedback, community's feedback. I know y'all probably had so many discussions and conversations and maybe some arguments about what to do moving forward. But I think that challenge is good, helps create a really good plan. So thank you all. Thank you to the team. Board members, I'll open it up for questions or comments. This is for action tonight before our board. Knowing that magnet fairs and all these different things will coming soon, and this will impact how people's decisions are about where their children will go to school. Ms. Rogers.
Thanks, y'all, for this presentation and for all your efforts and work. I have a follow-up question and then a short comment. Slide 10 in the packet. Can we get some clarity around how lottery schools with neighborhood boundaries factor into the SES calculation? Will the lottery seats be modified for need based on the students that area's SES that register? I don't know. Did you need some more clarity? Maybe.
I wasn't sure there was also a comment, and so.
I'll get to the comment after you're done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that's important is that we recognize with regards to the data that we have today, the ISP rates that we've shared with the board in the board packet again this evening, those are for enrolled students in April of 2023, right? One of the things that we're being very cautious about is a recognition that as we bring boundary access to both our elementary and middle school programs, we must move slowly first to really understand before we start putting in any weighted lotteries that we're understanding the choices that families are making as the elementary and middle school programs come into phase. Right? So what does that mean? There will always be a lag effect. In other words, if the April 2023 data would substantiate that the school is disproportionately wealthy with the rest of the district, our implementation phase, our weighted lottery would kick in for the corresponding January lottery of the following school year, right? What it does afford us to do is really study and understand at first level at our elementary and middle school programs, as those programs come online, what will be the implication for the choices that our families make at a boundary level? And what will be the choices then? We will see the data trends flow out of those choices there. We are not recommending at this time that we immediately turn on a weighted lottery. It really is a trigger under certain circumstances, particularly in those pure lottery circumstances where you may think of some of our schools, there's only a handful that are 100% lottery, and that's particularly at the high school level. That does, there again, match with the trend data that we shared with you at the high school level. And so we want to be very careful that before we start applying weighted lotteries that we fully understand the scope of the problem. And we also need to leave space and time for families to make this first round of decisions. As we come through the elementary year 24-25, that April, so in April of 25, we'll have a clear understanding of the choices that families have made. And again, that ISP metric is really what we're looking at. What are we seeing with regards to not only our levels of resources from our students, but at a school level? Right? That will then inform perhaps the implementation of a weighted lottery for the corresponding lottery cycle so that we can balance out our boundary seats and our lottery seats if that is needed. We have strong belief that our efforts and gains in the boundary progress that we've made with intentionality of diversifying our boundary access to schools will carry us a long way in the overall ambitions of the community and the board in regards to diversity. Again, we want to study first and understand and respect that families are going to make choices, and that is an ongoing conversation. What's exciting is that, I know I'm a data nerd, but we're here for the long term to get it right. Right? There is no out of the box perfect solution to this. We've gotten into a difficult position, right? And so it is going to take us time and carefully working with our board as well as the administrative leadership to understand as we implement these really policies and as we intercede into the student assignment process that we're very careful first.
That's helpful. Thank you. As we go into making this decision, I think about all the changes that we're seeing out of Growing Together and all the changes that we've seen, or specifically those of us from Durham that we've seen with schools across the district. The pain when Shuning Middle School closed and how people were upset when Durham High School closed. I attended the first iteration of what is now Durham School of Arts. It was Durham Magnet Center. Durham High students alum were upset about the changes in the colors and the changes in the mascot and what was to come, because we all know that change is hard. We've heard so much from the School for Creative Studies, and we understand how loved this program is. We heard those same things when Rogers Her was a 6th grade center. We heard similar things. Every time change is just hard. And I think with this new policy, where we're going to reevaluate every 5 years, we have an opportunity to evaluate what it looks like to have a year-round middle school, high school. We have not given up on that idea. We hear you. We see you. We know that so much of Durham, we came through the pandemic together. We know so much of Durham is resilient. We need y'all to hang in there with us, because something's got to give. We can't continue the same ways we have and expect that we're going to get better across the district with all our schools. We need your help. We need your support in that. We're happy to continue to look around and see if there's something that can evolve in the future, something more central to Durham for a high school that's year round, but that's not a part of this plan. And we just really hear you and we really appreciate your advocacy for SCS and look forward to what happens in growing together after this.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Other comments or questions from board members?
I do have comments. With this plan, I understand that we're prioritizing equity, efficiency. Well, you laid it out in the beginning, right? There's so many different factors that we're looking into. What I want to say, and I want to say really, really clear is like, I understand there's a whole study about how this is going to work the way you're bringing it to us, how it's going to improve transportation, how it's going to improve, solve some of our problems, because short staffing is definitely something that we have to reckon with. That's the truth. In terms of funding, everything else, I understand. And I haven't been oppositional to you from when you brought the plans. I mean, I actually don't have an issue with the plan, but there's one thing, right? The elementary boundaries, and we had discussions about sunsetting a program because of low use, and but then we also determined like ways that we adapted the timeline for Little River. I am sitting here listening to community members who say that the definition that we're using for equity is not the definition that they know. Because our definition of equity is sometimes it matches more equality, ease of access to programs. It seems to take into account, how folks can get on the lottery and access the program. And I understand that, but when it comes to equity itself, there has been data that I've been looking at that is about school to prison pipeline dynamics, about, students who are, who have recidivism from a school, and they end up finding an environment that they love and that they stay in. And that to me counts a lot. I remember many students who had to leave a very prominent magnet school that just wasn't a safe environment for many of them. And the place that they actually went to, there's like almost like a feeder pattern to School for Creative Studies. And so this is not on the data. That's why I didn't bug you all as much. And I wasn't, bugging you all with the secondary plan. I think the plan as you write it is efficient. It's solid, it's good. But I'm looking at equity right now in the way that the community is saying what equity means. When we are talking about only one other place in the state that has a year-round high school, and that data from that particular district shows that the year-round high school option is also being underutilized there, and it's not as successful. That's a good point to have, and I appreciate that comparison. But that to me is not what's gonna move me, because this is the only middle high school that is year-round, and I think Durham can lead. And when I just put on the hat of sitting in conversations at work, talking about sunsetting a particular campus, a particular program, there's usually a threshold. I remember, and this is a real example from the work experience, where there was a need to close a particular location, and that threshold was communicated to that community, to that campus, and was told, you're not meeting the enrollment that will allow us to sustainably keep this going. We're considering maybe sunsetting this and changing it because you're not meeting that. And do you know that as soon as they got word of what that number was, I'm talking about everybody went out, talked to the neighborhood, they canvassed the neighborhood, they talked about, there was so much PR that went out about what makes that school so great. But it's hard for a school to know what the threshold is, and we talk about 40% decrease. But yet when I look at the utilization, it's 85% for school. It's actually higher than some other areas, some other schools. And so one thing that we have done for School for Creative Studies that I think is promising and could give us results, yield results, is the fact that we change it from being an all district access lottery program to only serve more like a regional lottery program, North and East. So it'll focus on North and East areas. And this is where I'm looking to you, Mr. Palmer, soon to be Dr. Palmer, that being able to limit some of the issues we've had with transporting children from all over Durham and some kids that are coming from, there's some families who have definitely let us know that that is an issue, right? In terms of like transportation, having to go from really far to get to School for Creative Studies. And we will lose families that way if they're doing long bus rides. But now that we're changing it so that the lottery is only for North and East, and it's kind of like putting that region into play for that lottery, I believe that could easily make things better for a school. And so I'm here today to say I think the points about equity, the points about, being the only place in the entire state and leading in that way to have a middle to high school year-round option, that's us currently. Why can't we continue that legacy? The other thing is utilization and meeting the percentage that we need to keep a program going. I think that that's communication even with that school, that if they do an all-out effort, I've seen some schools take partners to talk about their school and put that option out there. I think that more awareness of that school option program for North and East, I think would yield a lot of results. And so I'm hesitant to sunset something because I've seen this turn around before. So that's where I am. No knock on your work. That's why I didn't give you a hard time this time again, in terms of like the work, but there's this one thing that I actually feel that the analysis, it's about the money and it's about the staffing. It's about the fact that in one other place in the state, it doesn't seem to be thriving, but that is not to me a justification for why we shouldn't go for it. And do maybe, again, communicate to the school, what is the base minimum threshold that we need to keep this program going, and communicate that clearly to them. And money follows our children. Every child is valuable. And I'm not saying valuable as cliche. I'm saying literally, money follows our children. And so those enrollment numbers, I do think, can justify keeping this program and being the only place in the state that has a middle high school year-round option. If that's Durham, let's lead the way.
Ms. Valladares, is there any response from staff? All right. Alton, Ms. Fire, Ms. Lewis, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I had a few comments. So I just want to say I appreciate the forward thinking with regard to the growth, using the U.S. Census data and the desire to have a weighted lottery. I just want to share this past school year, we have served 1,100 students, over 1,100 students in the McKinney-Vento program. We didn't get a presentation from them this year, but I always want to keep an eye on the pulse of what's happening with some of our most vulnerable students in their home situations. Over 1,000. And to me, having a weighted lottery gives that greater access to those who may have the most need, increase equity in providing the programmatic resources based on the needs of the child. So as we look to, I also caution, as we look to have these balanced schools, I want to make sure that we're viewing the disaggregated data and creating equitable access to opportunities and learning for the needs of those students in those application schools, and to see that specifically addressed in the school improvement plan, which is the assumption that's already happening. But I want to make sure that we are, again, just giving attention to these application schools and we're serving all students well within them with the lottery process that's in place. Also, I know you talked about the 10%, the low level being at 10%. When the weighted lottery is being used, I do want to make sure that the board is aware that the weighted lottery is being used for the application school. And finally, I believe I just want to just say that, make the comment policy 4150, and I actually think I was looking at the other policy right below it. It is intended for regular updates to monitor the plan and ensure that what we are predicting is unfolding as predicted. and a way of ensuring that the unintended consequences of we're not resettling back into what is not intended for, right? That the desired outcomes for growth, access, equity, and diversity is happening on the 5-year cadence is what the policy shares for the superintendent to do the evaluation. Then every 10 years, I'm looking at the 10-year growth. I think I read that right. Can you, Mr. Palmer, yeah, can you just go ahead and clarify that for me? What is the cadence in which we will be reviewing to make sure that there's not unintended consequences based and we're predicting the way it was intended?
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Just a revisitation there again. We have the opportunity to benchmark this annually. I think one of the things that has happened historically is that we have been in a bit of a stasis, if you will, as far as not actively managing, maybe at a school level, but not at a district level. The policy 4150 does give us that opportunity to come back. We think it would be warrantable, again, to, of course, as weighted lotteries are needed, and that threshold is crossed, to be very transparent with the board. We think that would be an opportunity to, again, name that, as we've discussed other sort of report out functions, as far as we get the RSP data annually in the spring, and that would then again sort of inform our work with you as we head into the spring and summer months. And so again, those lottery cycles are the following year. So there would be a very transparent, clear process in that regard. One of the opportunities that affords us, again, is to continually trend and benchmark how we're doing. Whenever we're doing a policy intervention, and that's what a weighted lottery is. Actually, a lottery itself is a policy intervention. Remembering again, that lottery application programs were intentionally brought on for voluntary school desegregation. And so it is a tool that we are recommending to the administration and the board that we use at a higher level than we currently are, which is randomized student assignment. Currently, it reflects the applicant pool. If the applicant pool skews in a particular demographic direction, then the outcomes of the lottery reflect that as well. This gives the administration and the board the ability to track that and bring that back annually for review.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that thoughtfulness and the clear explanation. So those would be my recommendations as we look to what the weighted lottery would look like, the revisiting of the outcomes from the application schools and the balancing of our schools, and just being made aware of it, and particularly monitoring the disaggregated data as we would do across the district, but particularly within those schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Carter Alton.
Thank you so much to this entire team for putting so much work into this. I am excited about this. I really appreciate all of the work, in particular, since it's at the forefront of our decision tonight, the work done to consider the possibility of a weighted lottery. Mr. Palmer didn't share this evening, but he shared it with us last week when we discussed this. But this has been years of research in the making and looking at best practices around the country to see the best way to apply a weighted lottery to improve equity within our school district. And I really appreciate all of that work, and that we can take those recommendations now to, again, reduce concentrations of privilege and reduce concentrations of poverty within our school district, and try to better serve those that need it most. So I appreciate this, and I appreciate the work, and I'm excited to see it move forward. I also share some of the concerns of my colleague, board member Valladares, about School for Creative Studies. I just don't know. We had talked about this in previous meetings, and it feels like there's not, if we were to not move forward with that part of the plan, then where are we going to put the other middle school students? And I guess we don't have another option for that, or is there any room at this point to be finding another space, or maybe reducing our capacity for high school while creating more space for the middle schoolers there at the same time, some middle ground? And if there's not, then I'm not sure how we can make that work. And so maybe it is just a case of change is very difficult, and we need to move forward with this knowing that it will be difficult and hurt some, but it will be better for the greater good, which is what we're aiming for with this whole plan. So.
Just very briefly to the question with regards to alternatives in respect to, again, matriculation of our year-round at the elementary level. One of the things that we are aware of is that we have rising fifth graders that are coming from our year-round elementary programs, and we have heard quite extensively from our board and the community about the importance of those program links, that families are not split on calendars. If there are not sufficient seats in Northern and Eastern Durham for our year-round students, you will have families that, of course, are on a split calendar, traditional versus year-round. So, you know, I share that with the board for consideration and why our recommendation is as it stands.
Ms. Byer.
I want to continue with ongoing praise for this team and the thoroughness of the complexity of the work that we tasked you all with so many years ago. To me, this plan has always been about equity, but it's also been about making every school strong. It's not really about magnet schools. And so as this work continues, I think it's going to be so critical for each and every school to have the support that they need to be thriving. And I think you all have, with the facilities where they're located, with the resources that we have that are limited, with acknowledgement that they probably will be more limited in the short term, you have come up with a plan that I really do think helps us grow together. I want to thank you all for being so responsive for my last minute concern about weighted lotteries and actually tackling that with what I think are national best practices. And I look forward to that being on an annual review so that it is carefully and thoughtfully implemented. I also want to let folks know that you all had meetings with us about the regionalization of Montessori middle schools and answered lots of questions and presented different scenarios. There's more that were presented to us that weren't here, but I am trusting you all that your analysis is that this is the way that these two schools can thrive. That's my bottom line on trusting y'all's team's work on that. I wouldn't say in the future that it might not be possible to regionalize them, and hope that that will be kind of in the back of people's minds as they're watching both of those schools build and thrive. I love every school in Durham. And I've been here for some that we started and some that we had to phase out. I advocated, Ms. Sims, taught my children, advocated for programs that we opened with great hope and that we phased out or changed. And it's hard. And I know if you are a member of the SCS community, it feels personal. And it is personal to you and to your students. And so I want your school to hear that we hear you, that we are going to walk with you and support you in this transition. And that if there is that need, we're having 7 elementary year-round schools, right? And as that grows and thrives, I could see the need for a year-round high school in the future in a different location than the edge of the county. I think this board and future boards will have heard your cry and will hear that. I think this plan as presented tonight is the best solution that we have in making sure that all of our schools are thriving. And so I look forward to supporting it and continuing to engage with community members as we put those transition teams in place, as we bring people to communicate the changes that are going to be challenging, but also, I think, come with optimism and integrity. I want to make sure that SCS is able to keep their curricular theme, and we've committed to that. And we've committed to all the excellence that is there, continuing as it transitions in the grades of the children served there. So those are my thoughts this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. I have a few questions and comments. Mr. Palmer, you might want to come on back. Can you tell me a little bit about how the community eligibility provision that we have for some of our schools that have everyone gets lunch and breakfast, free lunch and breakfast, how is that included when you look at that ISP number?
Indeed. And so again, CEP is a designation wherein, and to reset for the board and the public, that it may be at an individual school level, a clustering of schools, or even a school system. At any point in which time that grouping of schools, singular or in the plural sense, a group of schools or a school system, is at or over 40% of the identified student percentage, then they would be eligible for the the CEP designation. What that does is allows for students to effectively not have to submit free and reduced lunch applications, and we can feed all children for free as it relates to lunch meal debt and beyond. And so we are growing our CEP schools this coming year by 50%. That is another step, right? And so we're up to 28, which puts us right at the 50% mark and growing. And so I named that more out of an opportunity to just recognize that some of the data that we've shared with you and the board, I don't know that historically we've talked about ISP as a rate at a school level. As a third-party state validated measure of, in this particular instance, poverty or resources that an individual student has. Again, our legal counsel has often reminded us that we cannot assign based on ISP, but we can absolutely look at the impacts of policies and plans on that rate. And so that's why we're looking at that as our outcome variable of saying, when we do these policy interventions, how is that doing? I hope that's helpful.
Maybe. So if I'm a school that qualifies for CEP, and I'm looking, and we're trying to determine what schools need to be weighted or not, it'd automatically assume that you said 40%, like where would my school fit in this? If I'm looking at what schools might become weighted or not weighted,
And
I assume you just wouldn't be, sorry, I mean, I would assume you just wouldn't be, but you wouldn't have I don't know if you would actually have a percentage number is what I'm asking for ISP.
I might have lost you there. I did want to just clarify that annually, we as Durham Public Schools submit a package of schools under the CEP designation in concert with administration.
And so you'll still have, I guess, a percentage, i.e. ISP, identified student percent, even though the school qualifies for CEP. Is that correct?
So annually, the ISP rates by school are produced by the state of North Carolina, irrespective if they participate in the CE program or not.
There you go. That's what I was trying to get at. Okay, great. So I just want to make sure that schools that we would still have a number, so those schools would still, like, we would be able to know where they were on the spectrum to know what schools need to qualify for a lottery or not. And then we have base options for Montessori now. Is what we're offering for middle school, and I guess in elementary school too. And if I remember correctly from our formal presentations, families can opt out of that option. Can y'all talk a little bit more about what that looks like? And that might be, sorry, Ms. Marshall, department.
Good evening, everyone. So yes, we are excited about the opt-out option, which will lie in, we're working with our vendor, and it'll be a part of our transfer process where families will have the option to choose schools within their region that aren't that are traditional, and or if they're not, if that program isn't appropriate for their families. So we'll be working and monitoring those numbers. So we'll have options considering possibly 3 or multiple, having families rank those, but we will be really watching those enrollment numbers and monitoring those numbers. Or does that answer your question?
It does. Got one more part though. So families will have an opportunity to transfer anytime during the year, but no, okay.
So with opt-out, we are gonna, and this is still a process that we are, we'll be working with our new position coming in as well, but with the opt-out option, our transfer window opens, as you know, March 1st, and ends May 1st. So we'll be able to consider that during the transfer window as well. But as families move in, those are extenuating circumstances that we can consider.
And I asked that question because some of the base for some of the Montessori programs will not have went to Montessori elementary school. And so for some families, they might want a more traditional middle school program that has more aligned with what their child has done versus the Montessori. And I want to make sure that families have opportunities to move out if that's just not the right fit for their child, right? I do believe we have great educators and people can thrive, but different families have different fit and different needs. And so I just want to make sure that that is available and is an option for them. So I think you answered my question on that one. I think I would want to really for us to consider, and I think this is for all the programming, how do we communicate that to families early? Like your base is a Montessori option. And if if that's not what your family wants, here are your alternatives so that we don't get into first quarter at the end. And I'm like, I don't know if I really like this school. And I could see a lot of families coming around that time. So and I said, like, not as a side to a school, but just it might not be the right fit for a child and a family, right? So how do we get that out there early so families know what their options are going to be? Feels really important. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Ms. Marshall.
Good evening. I do just want to share with the board and the community that the Office of Public Affairs has conducted an RFP process to provide us with additional marketing and communication support ahead of our transition with elementary schools coming on board in the 24-25 school year. Through the considerations and the planning, we are talking about things just as you mentioned, making sure that we are contacting families so they know ahead of time what those changes are so they can plan accordingly. We are also very aware in November that we have our Showcase of Schools, which is a fantastic opportunity for our entire community to come out and engage with their schools, their newly assigned schools or their currently assigned schools, to ensure that they are well aware and they're making those connections with staff well in advance of these transition years. So a plan is already in place and we are beginning to execute on that.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. And I love if we start the plan this year and something that keeps going every year so that all those fifth graders know, okay, when you go to sixth grade, here's what my options are. Families kind of know. So I know we'll have a big kickoff for this year, for this next couple years, but how do we make sure that's kind of a continuous thing as well?
And if I can also add, that will be the work, and thank you, board, in our community, that will be the work of our new student assignment transition coordinator. A part of that work is really working with schools and directly working with schools and preparing students. And so we have that whole year and getting children ready for those transitions.
Awesome. Thank you. Couple other comments before I open this back up. For School for Creative Studies, this is just an idea that came to me. I think staff should think about this. Could it be possible to give a number and think about incoming freshman first year class, if they are able to get a really full class, like what that might tell us about the programming? I think your point, Ms. Valladar, is around, what might be a threshold or not. I think I also agree, like I've been around for a little bit of time and watched Durham phase out programs and phase in programs. I recognize that change is really hard. And I want to, acknowledge the educators that we have in the room from School for Creative Studies and the families that emailed us. So I'm wondering if there could be a compromise. That also could be a really hard challenge to navigate as far as assignment. And so I don't want to pretend like that's an answer, but just want to throw that out there. I also want to make sure that we still consider what a modified year-round high school could look like. I think the more families that are in that year-round program pipeline, you might have more families interested in some type of year-round option for high school. I won't go into all my reasons around why I think that's a great idea. I think I said them in our last meeting, but I want us to also consider what that might look like for that modified schedule. And then last but not least, I mean, I said this, I think last time, Neil, Lowe's Grove, and Southern are on this list. They are currently magnet programs. They currently receive additional positions and funding because of that magnet program. And I'm a little worried about what it means for them to lose that when we know some of those additional resources are really supportive of the educators and the students in those buildings. So I would like a plan. I think that's for elementary, middle, and high school for these school programs that may not have those additional resources. What are we doing to make sure those schools have what they need? And I know some of them will be able to continue some of their different programming options, but funding wise, what might we be needing to do to support those kids in those schools? Let me make sure I got all my questions out. I think that is it. Board members, any other questions? Yes, Ms. Rogers, and I'll go to Ms. Valladares.
I'm sorry. I thought I was done. I've asked this about other schools before, but there's a reason why people like School for Creative Studies, why it is so supportive of neurodivergent students. And have we done anything to capture what is actually happening to figure out how we can take that and support students, especially those students and students like them at our comprehensive high schools, and make sure we're doing that work there so they don't fall through the cracks? That's like a question that I want to make sure that we capture. And it feels like it's less likely to happen now because we've already been like, okay, we're taking your program away. The other question that I had was for Mr. Palmer, and he can email it if he'd like, it's fine. Why are we applying as a district for the free and reduced lunch eligibility that we were talking about, CEP? I'm sorry. Are we applying as a district? Is there an opportunity to apply as an entire district? 100% of schools, and what that might look like?
Thank you for that question. We had a robust conversation. As we're looking at a title, I mean, anytime you apply for a CEP, there are also implications with Title I money that's go to those schools. As we're looking at that lens of equity as well, we got to make sure that the school that's really need the money the most, those are the ones that's getting it. Otherwise, you're going to make sure that that Title I money are equally divided. So we're really careful with that. So that's the reason why we really wanted to go increase the number. So we're going to get to 50%. Then at some point, we'll see in the future where we're going to go with that. So there was an implication with Title I money. We had a little bit of reservation with that at this point.
That's helpful. Thank you. Ms. Marshall, when you were talking about the applying for outside of your district at school because your families may not want that program, is that a one and done? I apply my first year for kindergarten and then we go to a different school and we stay through?
Transfers are available each school year.
And if I have multiple children, I have to go through that process every single time with each student?
That is the way our transfer policy is
Okay.
at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Miss Sumstead will be right back. Go ahead, Miss Valladares. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to thank you again, but I also want to say that, I just don't, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not convinced with, the School for Creative Studies, and, I know the talking points. I've asked them a couple of times, even early on. And the rationale is efficiency and it's staffing and there's not a precedent for a successful year-round high school. We don't see a model here, particularly like here in this area, but we do know that year-round high schools, I just don't find a rationale as local as we're comparing it to be the best indicator. The justifications for closing this program being that we have a decrease in the number of students that actually stay. To me, like that attrition, I would not consider that attrition, again, with the current condition where it's all over the district and we have all these offerings. I don't blame the school for that attrition, and I don't really think it's indicative of a lack of interest per se in a year-round program. It could be, again, these families that live far away are making decisions about schools that are closest to them because of transportation issues. The factor of transportation, to me, the fact that we have struggled with transportation, the fact that we have had a pandemic, and we have had shortage of staff, we have had to figure out how to pay our bus drivers more, and we're still not, we've done some work to kind of get them up, but we're still not where we can be competitive. I do feel like that factor of transportation does make some families decide that maybe being where it's at, that they may not want to go. So that decrease, like the actual analysis of why is the program as a district-wide lottery program not thriving, and that is equated to a lack of interest in a year-round option. I just don't, that's not convincing to me. That is not a correlation. As a data person, these things don't correlate unless you show me that you have done the work of dismissing the other factors, the other variables. So I think about correlation versus and causation. And, I really want to get to the meat of, we don't have exit interviews or data showing why families are making the choice to leave a school like School for Creative Studies. I will tell you this though, I have heard, this is what my colleague Millicent elevated about neurodivergent students. This is known in the community that many children who we would have failed, we would have lost, we wouldn't have them. And after a pandemic, years of pandemic, to find the sense of home in a school, to actually allow them to be a smaller class. And we've all gone to graduations. How many students graduated from Lakeview? 10. And you know that those are, or PLC, we have small graduates like in these schools, but there's such richness of the stories and journeys that these kids have, right? When I go to, every time I go to a PLC graduation, we all talk about this thing, needing tissue, when we, and Dr. Hardy, like it is just incredible, like Lakeview, the journeys these kids have done to get to that finish line. And I can appreciate that if we have to be inconvenient to allow us to also offer something that is important to populations that have decided to make that their school. As somebody from the neurodivergent community, can't even say the word. I'm letting you know, like this is something that I really want to compel you to think about. You have not really brought to me that these things connect, that the level of diminishing enrollment in that school is definitely due to a lack of interest in a year-round option. I feel there's other confounding variables that we need to look at. The other thing I will say, and I will say about this, is that charters are taking our kids. I am not happy about that. I am not happy to see the trends showing our kids are leaving, and charters may see this as a weak point that DPS has. DPS does not have a year-round high school. Well, guess what? I will not be remiss, like I will not leave this out of the equation, that we have to continue to think about how charters will look at our weakness and our gaps and decide, guess what, DPS, you didn't do it, we're going to do it. And we have to think about, the possibility of losing more students due to charters. And the graduation rate, I want to lift up educators who came here and said 100% of their kids graduated. How many schools claim that? I want all our schools to claim that. But the fact that we have a school leading in that way, that is a trophy to me that speaks highly of the involvement in that school. And even looking back at data, 92% graduation rates. We have a general rate of all our schools together. And Dr. Mubenga, we shouted that out, right? We were 84%. last year, 84%, but there's a school that is going to help us bring that average up 100%. To me, that's valuable and it's worth fighting for. It's worth fighting for. And so I tell you, I understand efficiency and we're looking at the entire picture and how great it is. But if we're moving the margin by just a little bit, I'm willing to do that for School for Creative Studies. It's in a rural place. There are not that many schools that are in a rural. And we talked about this when we met in the retreat. And I remember, Mr. Palmer, how we had chart paper out and we talked about landmarks and we talked about regional access and what is around the area. School for Creative Studies is in a rural area, you know, there's chickens you can hear from the schools. There's a certain thing about a rural area and we actually do give our kids, I wonder how we can support that school even more, because there might be an agricultural interest in a lot of our students just because of that area where they're at. They're on Red Mill Road. There's, you know, all kinds of, you know, going up Red Mill, there's a park or a place where people fish. And I know that there's so much in terms of like the richness that we have probably not explored. Maybe we need to kind of infuse programs. And this is not just for School for Creative Studies. Nobody's paying me or telling me. I've actually thought about this, that I wouldn't mind giving more to a school like School for Creative Studies and Lakeview. I want more money to go to these schools and the Performance Learning Center. I want these schools that have a smaller group of graduating seniors, but who are doing good work at 100% or 90%. That's commendable. Let's give them more resources. And maybe those more resources will also attract more folks to invest, and we will keep those numbers healthy. I do believe we need to give it a shot. And I do believe we need to establish thresholds from now on before we sunset any program. What is that threshold so that the community knows? And if the community is willing to fight for it, we are, right? So anyways, that's my spiel.
Thank you, Board Member Valladares. I just want to make sure that I'm on the same length with Mr. Palmer. We're not sunsetting this school because of attrition. So we got to look at this holistically. As we're having a lot of these elementary year-round schools being created, they got to have a place at the middle school. So if we keep a high school there, what's going to happen to all these elementary school students that's going to matriculate somewhere in the middle school? To me, that's the way we came up with that rationale. Yes, there was attrition. I understand that could have been how we started the conversation. But for us to be able to solve all these puzzles, we got to have a place to send those students. That's my understanding of the plan. It's not because we don't have a number there. We're looking at capacity where we're going to push those middle school students that are coming from elementary.
Dr. Mbang, if I may build off some of the considerations that you're lifting. We are aware of the immense growth of Durham, particularly in the eastern portions of the county. Currently, Neal Middle School is our only middle school in eastern Durham. If we were to not afford the middle school function of creative studies, we wouldn't have in those seats. We don't have 100 middle school seats in all of the sixth grade class for creative studies. The challenge point, to Dr. Mbanga's point, is that creative studies is relieving not only the growth from the year-round middle schools that are coming up, we're giving families the opportunity in northern and eastern Durham. There again, creative studies in its location on Red Mill Road, Ms. Valladares, as he pointed out, is well positioned to be the companion program to help support Neal and the growth pressures that we are going to be facing in the next 5 to 10 years. I realize we have a long journey ahead. We are in a massive deficit as it relates to seats and the overall number of students in our county. We have very thin resources to cover many miles, in particular for our seats. At our middle school level, that is where we are seeing, and I'll speak briefly, just that we are seeing that charter schools do absolutely focus on our middle schoolers, and we are seeing that commensurate starting in 4th grade with our cohort rates. Bringing seats online in northern and eastern Durham to support our 3 year-round seats in those regions at Holt, Easley, and at Oak Grove aligns with those feeder patterns, ensures that we're not breaking apart our family calendars, which our board has prioritized in our retreats and conversations historically, and brings much needed capacity at the middle school level for eastern Durham, as we must prepare ourselves for the next 5 to 10 years. It will be difficult, and I know we'll be spending the years ahead working through these challenges as Durham continues to grow. So those seats are particularly relevant for the middle school level.
I appreciate that, Mr. Palmer. And I think I also want to note School for Creative Studies will still be School for Creative Studies, just middle school only. And so there's an opportunity for all the things that have been talked about and that we love about the program to still be there for those 6th through 8th grade students. That part is not going away. I think there is a question around whether the right feeders may be for high school for many of those students and families. And that can be another thing we consider around pathways or something like that. I think people talked about the smallness of the school. We also have small high school programs that we potentially could be good fits for some of those students. So I think I want to also just remind us that some of that will still exist, and now more students will have an opportunity to participate with that, especially in middle school, which is such a can be such an awkward and fun time for our middle school students, right? So the ability to be in a community where they feel accepted and celebrated, and get to tap into lots of different interests feels like a really great opportunity for that 6th through 8th grade students at School for Creative Studies. So the theme stays. And so I just want to make sure I highlight that. If no other questions, I'm happy to to accept a motion or to move forward.
I just have one last follow-up. It's quick. You mentioned, well, the growth is pretty evident. There's growth and we need to accommodate seats. But I just mentioned that it's in a rural area, and actually, I don't know that we're utilizing our land in that space to the maximum capacity. Who's to say that we're not going to build another building? Who's to say that we're not going to retrofit or do amendments to a current building and make it, conform to all the requirements that we have to conform it to, and actually have room and space to have a high school? My thing is, and going on my colleague Natalie, who mentioned that maybe in the future we may need a year-round. I do believe we'll need a year-round high school. I believe that because already, there's students that have chosen, even with all the factors that we talked about, that we face from a pandemic, transportation issues, shortage of staff, everything else, that have chosen. And I do believe that there is an interest in a year-round high school. If we're going to say that we're going to consider that for later in the future, why not use the current existing bones that we have? And those bones that we have, just figure out whether land utilization, because we're talking about utilization within the building, but that's not to say that's the end all be all. Like we're building schools as we talk about. We just approved a $57 million contract to retrofit and upgrade our schools, right? One of our schools. And so who's to say that we can't do that? So I want to just mention that, leave it with that.
I think I appreciate that point, Ms. Valladares. And I think that's why this policy now states that every 5 years we'll be coming back and looking. I think in my mind, I'm tuggling between if you build it, they will come. And we also got to be cognizant of what's here, right? We can't just build and hope for people to come too. And so I think, your point is well taken. And in 5 years, we can revisit this and say, wow, there's a huge population that we see. And even before 5 years, right? 3 years, 2 years, we see this growth in this population that wants this interest or this program. How do we reset and refigure out how to do that? So it's not like it can never come back or we can never consider, but for at this time, our district needs something different. Is what I'm also hearing. So I want us to keep that in mind. And also make a couple more comments, and then I'm hopeful that we can have a motion or something to move us forward. I think all of our plans right now are just plans. We have to have people interact with them. And I think that's also why the review of this 5 years, 3 years, continuously looking at it, it's going to be really important because we don't know what people are going to do. Their children will start walking in 24, 25, 25, 26, walking into school buildings or putting in applications. And that will give us a lot more information around the plan. So I have my own hesitancy and questions, but then I'm starting to realize I won't know until the people start interacting with our plan and we figure that out, and excited that we're going to be bringing this back. It won't be another 30 years before Durham does a deep dive into our student assignment. I think that's something we need to make sure we remind ourselves. There is no perfect student assignment plan. Any conference that you go to or any people that you talk to, talk about how challenging this work is, why people don't do it often. And when they try, they often fail because of when people start interacting with plans, things start shifting and changing. So I want us to hold that as well. This is bold, it's ambitious, and we should be a little nervous. And we're going to have to keep looking at it and keep revisiting and keep refining as we change, as Durham change, as our school system changes.
I move that we accept the Growing Together plan for secondary application schools and school boundaries.
Second. Been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Carter Alton. Any other discussion? We'll do Ms. Valladares.
We had a previous board meeting that was supposed to be just for discussion because we did not want to just move really fast on this. And we, in that other meeting, it was brought to us. And then, we were told like, we were going to have a discussion to allow time for community. In that time, we have had students, staff, community members come in and say their comment. And I want to lift up that there was a student who was very nervous. Was their first time coming to the board. And I have sat with this feeling of what compelled a student who was obviously very nervous, who has never done this before, never come to a board meeting and take that mic up and even tell us. And I'm sorry, but before I'm a board member, I'm a mother. And I just wanted to shout, and I just say, thank you for your courage. Thank you for doing that. And I want to be able to look at that student in the eyes and say, this decision had to be done. I can't say that. I'm sorry. Colleagues, I can't say that to that child who fought for his school for creative studies. I understand we've had folks tonight. There's nothing that touched my heart more than a student who was like, this is hard for me to do. And, did the best and did an amazing job. And we all, I was like, woo, you did a great job, but there's nothing that I can look that student in the eyes, and I will, because I'm out in community and I will. Believe me, I will see the student because the student has made many comments known before, to look in the eye and say, we absolutely had to do this. I do not feel that that's the case. So I just want us to consider as we vote on this plan, I'm sorry, I meant plan. As we vote on this work, I just want us to really consider whether this is absolutely that there's no other choice. And I don't believe that we have a choice. And that margin to me is not significant that it's going to throw the whole thing over just if we choose to leave one of a kind, the only one. We have 7 elementary schools on year round. We have 2 middle schools and we have 1 high school. 1. Spare that 1. That seashell, that sheep, whatever parable you want to use, that 1. I want to be able to look folks in the eye, but especially students who have come and said, is this absolutely necessary? It's convenient to sunset the high school. It's convenient to do it. Is it absolutely necessary for everything else to work? And I am not convinced that that's the case. And so I will not be approving this plan tonight. But again, we're on a vote. So I'll let you roll call.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. I'll start with Ms. Lewis.
This is Shemaya Lewis, and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers.
No.
Ms. Valladares.
No.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So it passes 4-2. Thank you all for that rich discussion. I know this is not the last conversation about growing together. I know this is one leg of your journey completed. So I appreciate continued conversation from you and from the team so we can stay abreast on how this is going, what we're hearing, what our community is hearing, and so that we can be able to support you all moving forward. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is our closed session. I'll take a motion to go into closed session.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second that motion.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Carter Alton. Any other discussion? We will do a voice vote. Ms. Lewis.
Shemaya Lewis, I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. We're now in closed session.